Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is an incredible event. Google, Amazon, Samsung, all these huge companies are here to collaborate together on voice technology and artificial intelligence. It's a week-long event. There's thousands of people here. Everybody's laughing and forging partnerships. It's a great time, and I just want to say welcome. What you're about to see are all sorts of different things that we captured here and things that were captured last week, as there's a lot of voice technology things happening at CES last week, and we just are introducing you to these different people that are involved in voice tech and involved in what we are all building together. Enjoy. Welcome to another pre-event interview for Project Voice. I am here with Amy Summers, and Amy, thank you so much for joining me. We are looking forward to having you at Project Voice. Congratulations on being a finalist for Flash Briefing of the Year for the Project Voice Awards. And you've done some amazing work as a communication specialist, and so I imagine we'll talk a bit about that as well. For those that don't know you, could you please introduce yourself and what you do at Pitch Publicity?
Sure. I'm Amy Summers, and I'm president of Pitch Publicity. It's my company. I founded it about 17 years ago, and we specialize in getting clients media exposure. So just like our name, we are literally pitching media stories and securing interviews for our clients. And we have clients all over the world, and we work with media all over the country and throughout Canada.
And so as a communication specialist, being in PR for 17 years with your own company, what's it been like as you have gotten involved with voice tech, not as a technologist as much as a communicator, right? Starting with the flash briefing and having incredible success. Could you talk a bit about your experience with the flash briefing and what it's been like to do more and more work inside this industry?
Sure. Well, just for background, when I was in college, I was of the generation of Generation X, where we were learning both sides of everything, right? We were learning how to use X-Acto knives and lay out magazines, but we were also learning how to use software that may or may not, take off. And so I'm just, from that generation that's always had to learn both sides of everything. So in my field of public relations, I'm always looking for ways of how are we going to communicate our messages, our stories to people. And the funny thing was, I actually started my company a year before Facebook started, to kind of give you perspective on that. So I remember, you know, here we are traditionally pitching media, getting clients on CNN and Fox, and then suddenly, you know, all this social media emerges. And then I had clients asking me, well, you know, can I give you $50,000 a month or whatever to figure out Facebook? And when I was on Facebook, I'm like, why would they do that? It was just because they didn't understand it and it was a new technology. So I've always said that no matter, you know, what you're communicating, there's always going to be different platforms to communicate it on. So I'm myself as an entrepreneur, I'm always pushing myself to find out what is the next platform, because what we're doing as communicators doesn't change, but how we and what we use, you know, does change, and we have to keep up with that. So last year I was actually exploring launching another company to hopefully disrupt the book publishing industry, because as you can imagine, a lot of my clients are authors and they always want to write these books, which take 2 to 3 years now to get out your ideas. And I was like looking for a faster way to do that. And that's how I found into this ecosystem of voice technology, because I was talking to some tech experts and I said, look, I want to launch this new company on communicating and helping people become experts and thought leaders, but I don't want to do it on an app because I feel like the app space is crowded. And a lot of tech experts said, well, do you have an Alexa? And I was like, no, I don't really need one of those. And then in my head, I thought, oh my gosh, this is exactly what I said about Facebook. I don't need to be on Facebook all day. What is this? Right. So I got one immediately. And really my flash briefing, The Pitch with Amy Summers, is my experiment on the voice technology platform to see if a regular, you know, person like me who has a lot of expertise in their field could just simply bypass the book publishing industry, not write a book, but produce content every day, get all their thought leadership out there, their advice, their expertise, create a platform for themselves, and be able to book clients, book speaking gigs, you know, get well known in their industry for what they do. So I experimented on myself, and within just over a year, it's worked. So it's really exciting to me because it's something that I believe that I can help other people duplicate.
Right. Have you seen what Terry put together, his flash briefing formula?
I never saw that actually. Okay. I never saw that. Terry and I met, I guess, kind of organically, because I was, you know, looking for good examples. And honestly, it was very difficult to find it, you know, at least a year ago. And so his was one that I started listening to. He started listening to mine. He invited me to be in his little ecosystem of flash briefings that are doing the right thing.
Exactly. Briefcast.
Yeah. Yes. And but at that point, I had already had like over 100 reviews already on mine alone. So I actually never, and I wish I would have known him early on, but I didn't know him. I actually got started with a guy known as the Alexa guy, who does a lot of these. I don't know if you know Jeff, but I started working with him. He helped really put mine together, and I just learned it really all on my own. I learned some things from him as far as the back end stuff, but the content has been all mine. Promoting it has been all mine.
And how, I think I want to ask this. When you promote your flash briefing, do you feel like there's a standard way that you're doing it, that the other successful people are doing it? It's like, hey, this is just what you do to get people to engage, to sign up for the skill, to give you a review? Or do you feel like you are approaching it a totally different way, and it's like a secret sauce in terms of how you've become so successful? You want to give me some insight on,
Sure.
Like, is it a standard, like, hey, if you do these 7 things once and you do these 3 things every week, you do this one thing every day, like, you're going to eventually be successful with a flash briefing? Or is it a lot more nuanced than that?
Well, it's funny because if you ask somebody in tech how to do it, they will say, you know, ask everybody every day to review you. You know, they have a certain formula, you know, it needs to be no more than a couple of minutes. So some of those guidelines, you know, I adhere to, but as far as promoting it, I think that a lot of people aren't doing it the way that I'm doing it. From my perspective, it's standard, because that's how I promote all of my clients. So I treated my flash briefing and myself as my own client. And the way I'm promoting The Pitch with Amy Summers is the same way I would promote someone's book or someone's nonprofit or anything else. I'm doing it the same way. So I don't know that everybody has that skill set, which is my background on how to be a publicist. But if they listen to my flash briefing, they can get all the tips because I tell them how to do it right there. So to me, it's yeah, this is how you're supposed to do it. Are people doing it in this space? No, because they don't necessarily have that background, but I'm trying to teach people how to do it that way.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So what if somebody wanted your help? Are you taking on clients at your company? Can you do for others what you've done for yourself with their flash briefings?
So I don't typically take on, individual clients like that. On my website, pitchpublicitynyc.com, I do have consulting services. If somebody wanted to just kind of get, all of my information, how I did it, or what I've actually done with my flash briefings, because I have more than 450 of them right now,
Right.
I organized them into coursework. So if somebody like a master class wanted to learn how to communicate and promote themselves, they could subscribe to any of my flash briefings and not just get my audio, but get the script and get application questions and really kind of learn through it. And it's funny, but I've actually been contacted from some entrepreneur in India that's asking me to possibly do this for a whole group of entrepreneurs that they have in India to learn the soft skill of how do you promote yourself and get it out there. Versus, I wrote a whole article on this before I spoke at the Voice Summit. I wrote a whole article about, how, and this is a little bit what I'm going to be talking about at Project Voice, is how to use the flash briefing. And when I first got into this and I was listening to others that had good flash briefings, they would just, marketing constantly on the flash briefing, which I don't really feel is the right place for it because it's not long enough. So you would have people every day that you're listening to begging for reviews. And I have never asked for a review on any of my flash briefing episodes, none. And yet I have more reviews than most anybody. So there's a way to promote it that you're not using the actual platform that you have your show on, basically.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, since you are a communication specialist, I think the last question I want to ask you for our interview is, if you have the attention of the voice industry, right? You have the people that are at Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant and the others, and you have the people that are tying into those systems and building great tech. You have their attention. What do you want to tell the voice industry about communications? What do they need to know?
Well, first of all, I would love to tell Amazon to let people know about flash briefings because they're really hard to find and nobody knows about them. And most people that discover them are because the ones of us that have it are the ones promoting it. And it's very difficult to find it on Amazon, first of all. Second of all, with all the reviews I've received, I have to tell you, I probably have 50 more that have been rejected.
Wow.
For very odd reasons, and can never get an answer out why that is. I know that I'm not the only one, and I know that this is not a flash briefing only problem. I know it's like an Amazon wide problem of reviews, but if that's the only way to discover it, we're kind of stuck. So I would say if the reviews are going to be, just randomly taken off or rejected, at least tell people that they're there, because from my perspective, and other people that are doing these, we are spending an enormous amount of time producing quality content for their platform. That's so right. Why aren't they telling people about it? Because Amazon's not paying us to do this. Now we're using their platform and other platforms, we're using Google and all the various ones. But if you have quality content coming on your site, why aren't you telling people about it? Because I would think that would just draw more people in to buy more stuff from you.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it's a big secret, but I wish it wasn't a big secret.
Well, it shouldn't be a secret because it's not new anymore. The flash briefings have become a really easily consumable thing for anybody that is consistently using an Alexa device, right? A lot of people will wake up in the morning and they'll say, good morning, and their blinds open and their coffee starts and their shower starts and their lights turn on and their music turns on, and then they say flash briefing, and then they have the 3 or the 10 flash briefings that play for a few or several minutes. And that is a really interesting way to consistently absorb information. You can add a flash briefing in a moment, get rid of one, but there is a communication problem, not just from the flash briefing creator, because it's up to you and your peers to let people know about it. But I understand that the real problem that you're bringing up is like, gosh, Amazon's so powerful with so many resources. They have the ability to tell any story they want to their community. Why can't they, or what would it take for them to begin to promote these flash briefings so that more people start to enjoy them, because so much energy and time and resources go into making them for people like yourself. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and just at minimum, just tell people that they exist. I'm not even asking to highlight mine or somebody else's. You know, it's not a selfish request. It's just people don't even know it's on there. They know that they can go watch movies. They know that they can buy groceries. They know that they know they can do certain things. But every time I tell somebody, they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know this existed, and I have an Alexa. And so every time I tell someone, I'm like, why are we the ones telling everybody? I mean, I'm happy to do it, but it would just help the entire thing lift up if they would just say these existed.
Yeah.
And it wasn't hard to find. And right now it's just, I mean, unless you know about it, you have to dig a little bit.
That's true. Yes, it's still a little bit of a club, not just to make them, but to consume them.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you for your time, Amy. And for
Sure.
those that don't know you, I will remind them again. Amy Summer is the president of Pitch Publicity, and she was honored to be named a finalist for the Flash Briefing of the Year for the Project Voice Awards. She'll be with us at Project Voice in Chattanooga, Tennessee, January 13th through the 17th. And we look forward to seeing you there. Amy, thank you for taking time to jump on here with me and connect with the Voice First community. And we honor you and we value what you've created. And a lot of people are looking at you as the model of like, okay, there it is. Great content, distributed right, promoted right, and developing a community of advocates and fans because of it. So great job, and thanks for being an example to so many.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining me for this Project Voice pre-event interview. We're very excited to have you join us for this amazing event happening in Chattanooga, Tennessee, January 13th through the 17th. And for those that may not know who you are, could you please introduce yourself and let everybody know your involvement in the voice technology space?
Sure. So my name is Kathy Pearl. I work at Google. I am the head of conversation design outreach. What that means is I spend a lot of time going out in the world, giving talks about conversation design, what it is, why it's important, and writing articles and things like that. I've been in the voice world quite a while, about 20 years, starting my career on phone systems, working at different startups on interesting mobile apps that were conversational, and finally landing here at Google, working mainly on the Google Assistant and other products.
And so at the Project Voice event, can you tell us a bit about what you'll be doing there and what you're looking forward to while you're there with the community?
So I'll be giving the keynote on the Google Day, and I'll be talking about a little bit about how the technology has evolved, where voice assistants used to be, and what challenges we had when we first started working with them versus what are the challenges we have now in 2020 that we really need to be thinking about and focused on, and how that may have changed or not over the years. We are also doing a conversation design workshop on day one on Monday that Wally Brill is heading up, and it's a really fun workshop. I encourage everyone to attend. And as far as what I'm looking forward to, there's a bunch of talks I think are going to be super interesting. There's stuff from NPR. There are people talking about education and how to use voice in education and healthcare, which I think are great. And just as always, I always enjoy being with the voice community. Some people I've known a long time, some people I'll be meeting for the first time, but it's just a great group to get together and think through this really interesting technology.
Yeah. Well, I think the technology is maybe as important as any tech that's ever been created for humanity. So I'm grateful for you and your team and all the different teams that are leading this. I have a question for you as you look forward to the next year. Do you primarily focus on strengths and making the strengths of what you're developing and your team's developing at Google better? Or are you primarily focused on the weaknesses and trying to shore up the things that need the most attention? And I guess that's a personal question, but maybe you also would answer for Google and your team kind of as an organization.
I really think it's both. We're really thinking about what are the features that people are looking for and will be most useful. So we're always thinking about that. But at the same time, we're also thinking about what is not working quite right. Sometimes, you launch something and you might think it's going to work one way and then you get feedback. And I think it's something really, especially for conversation designers in particular. I think a lot of us are very keen on really pursuing these really great interactions between the technology and a user. And it can sometimes be hard for us when we see something that's out there and it's not quite perfect and we're like, oh no, we have to fix that. So we are definitely also spending some of our thought processes on what's maybe not quite working yet. What do we need to, think about a little further, tweak a little, improve? That's for sure a part of it.
Yeah. And is as far as the looking forward to the future, what is a thing that you're most excited about that's being developed that maybe isn't really in full use yet? Whether it's a feature or it's a benefit, like what's on your mind as you look forward to 2020 and beyond in terms of the thing or things that you feel the most hope that will make the biggest impact in people's individual life or in enterprise and corporations?
I think in this past year and looking forward, one of the things I've been most excited about is how this voice technology is finally getting mature enough to really benefit folks who frankly need it the most. Maybe someone who has mobility impairments or visual impairments or cognitive impairments, or really any of us, because at one time or another, we all have situational impairments. And specifically, one of those projects is Project Euphonia. And in fact, at Project Voice, part of that project is Project Understood, which is helping people who have Down syndrome be able to communicate freely with voice assistants. And Project Understood will be speaking, someone from the Canadian Down syndrome will be speaking about Project Understood at the conference. And that's part of Project Euphonia at Google, which is enabling people who might have non-standard speech patterns, maybe they have ALS, other things that make it hard for the technology to work today. This project is all about pushing through that and really making sure we have speech models for everybody, so that everyone can benefit from this. It's a really, really tough problem, but I really feel proud that Google is pursuing this and really trying to make a difference in this way.
Absolutely. I've always been very grateful for all of the energy and time and money that Google as an organization has continued to put into developing things out. I think Google's taken all the resources from advertising year after year and has continued to push forth technology in a way that I think is really good for people. I always like all my googly friends that work there. Like, I wish I was googly enough to. And then they all tell me, no, you're an entrepreneur. You need to start companies. How about people that can't read and write, or at least maybe they can read and write in their own language, but their own language is not one of the top 100. As this technology improves, and I think Google has done as good a job as any organization ever has to be thinking about the less fortunate people and trying to find ways of, like, can we add this language? Can we add this type of functionality? But as you fast forward maybe 5 or 10 years out, and you think maybe there are satellites that connect the whole world, and maybe the 2 billion people that don't have internet now have access, maybe the 4 billion people that make less than $2.50 a day now maybe have a tool to interact with technology, even if they don't know how to use 2 thumbs on a phone, even if they don't know how to speak and the normal language or even read and write at all. what are your thoughts in terms of the abilities that your organization, Google, and others, the ones that are collaborating in this space, are going to create for the people that have the least amount of opportunity to unlock abundance and prosperity in their life? Is that much of what you and your team talk about, like looking forward, like, hey, in 10 years, anybody from any language will talk to machines and machines will do things and they'll be productive members of society, and on and on. I think you have an idea of what I'm interested in asking you about.
Yeah, that is definitely something we think about. And I certainly don't have like a roadmap from Google or anything like that, but I think there are signs that we're heading towards some solutions like that. For example, in India, we recently launched a pilot, the Vodafone phone line, which allows people who just have a feature phone, maybe they don't have a smartphone or a laptop or any other way to access the internet, they can use their 2G feature phone to call the Google Assistant and ask questions and get directions and, you know, and get things done that they may not have been able to do before. And this is a case where you don't have to be able to read and write to be able to still take advantage of something as essential as the internet has now become in our lives. So I look at projects like that where we're trying to say, remember, not everybody has the latest and greatest smartphone or fast Wi-Fi or, you know, is the same as we can get in this bubble living in Silicon Valley, especially. And so I do feel there are signs that Google and other companies are trying to tackle this challenge of like, how can we make things accessible to lots and lots and lots of people, not just the people who have the latest and greatest technology. So, and we are continuing to add more languages. That's another challenging problem, but I know that we're working on it, and we want to get to the point where whatever language you speak, we don't want that to be a barrier to getting access to something like the assistant or the internet. And so it is a goal that is being pursued.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Last year at CES, Google Assistant was the big brand that was everywhere in all the booths, and with all, it was really amazing how Google integrated the Google Assistant into, it seemed like, every little part of CES. Is there anything that you and your team that are involved with Google Assistant are excited about coming forward this January at CES that people can look forward to experiencing?
I actually don't have a lot of the details on that, but one thing that just was announced, so last year we announced interpreter mode for Google Assistant, where you could have one person speaking in, say, Japanese and one person in English, and it would translate for you. And we just launched that on mobile phones as well. So it's not just on smart speakers and smart displays. So that's one thing that may come up there. But yeah, I too look forward every year to seeing at CES what the announcements are, and I'm sure there'll be some good ones.
Yeah, I think it's always a fun time for those that are in the tech space and looking toward future tech and how it's going to be impacting all of our companies and us as individuals. As we wrap up our interview, any final thoughts that you'd like to share with the voice community?
I think just that for me, this has been an interesting journey because, as I mentioned, I started in voice 20 years ago, and then I kind of fell out with the technology because it was at a point where it was mostly used on phone systems to keep people from talking to other humans. And I thought, what is this for? What are we even doing? And I sort of moved away from it for a while. But now I just feel reinvigorated, revitalized, because with things like the advent of the smart speaker, we're using the technology in a new and different and powerful way. And some of the things I'm seeing, like Project Understood and our product Live Transcribe, that allows people who are deaf to be more easily part of the conversation. I'm really excited about it, and so happy that conferences like Project Voice are there to bring people together to talk about the space, and I can't wait to see what everyone has to say.
Yeah, well, I feel the same way. I look forward to spending time with you at Project Voice in Chattanooga, Tennessee. We are very grateful for Google's support and the way that you have your company has gotten involved with Project Voice this upcoming year. We're grateful to have you and others to come represent what all of you are working on at Google. So thank you so much. And I think it'll be a wonderful time.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great day.
here we are with a Project Voice pre-event interview. I am with Joaquin Beltran from Speak Up America. And Joaquin, we're grateful to have you be involved with our event, Project Voice, which is Monday, January 13th through Friday, January 17th in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And we're grateful for the work that you do outside of being involved with our event. For those that may not know who you are, could you please introduce yourself and a bit about maybe your political background, because that's a big part of what you're doing with Speak Up America and what inspires a bit of it. So we just like to hear about you and what keeps you busy during the day.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you so much, Ian, for having me on your program. I'm really looking forward to Project Voice in January. And so my background is a bit mixed, but a large part of it is politics. So I worked for Obama in 2008 as a volunteer recruiter in the state of Nevada. And it was a lot of work, but I loved it. And I kept being involved in activism and politics and making a difference for about 5 to 7 years after that, pretty actively in advocacy and in higher education and workforce development. And along the way, I just saw so many challenges with people wanting to be involved, wanting to make a difference, and there being so many challenges for them to do so. So I got a little frustrated being in politics, and I just saw how long it took and how many layers of politics are involved in trying to make a difference. And so I saw tech companies making a difference through software. And that's the thing about either, politics or technology. If you actually create change, it's at scale, right? And you could improve the lives of so many different people. And so, I started building software projects with that idea. And eventually, I came across Alexa, and it just clicked for me. The idea of making it easier, all by voice, for people to make a difference in their communities and their government.
And so what's the attraction to Project Voice? Like, did Bradley reach out to you for another one of his Voice First events? Were you at the Alexa conference last year? Have you been plugged into this community because of your brother for some time? Like, how did we get where we're at today?
Yeah, so funny enough, I think I saw something about Project Voice last year. I saw the founder of Atari had some workshop there last year, and I thought, oh, that looks cool. Maybe I should go, but I didn't end up going. Instead, I think I was maybe building, or maybe I think I was in the process of building Speak Up America. And anyways, I launched it. I made this video where I made myself a pour over coffee while I'm asking Alexa, Alexa, open Speak Up America. And then I get a phone call that connects me to my elected representative. And I just, finish my cup of coffee at the end of the video. We got just on Twitter alone over 50,000 views on that video.
Wow.
And so, since then, I received a message from Bradley, who had questions about Speak Up America. And then that's when he brought me into Project Voice to share Speak Up America with a larger audience.
I do think what Speak Up America is doing already is a really cool use of voice devices and the voice platforms. I do wonder, where does it go from here? Like, you're going to face lots of hurdles, and your timelines won't be met, and budgets will be exceeded, and you'll face all kinds of challenges. But if you make it through the long haul, and we look at 5 years from now, right? The 2020 election, or we look at or 2024 election, right? You have all that time to like kind of prepare for that, or even 2022 or 2026, as you know, we have these election cycles every couple of years. When you think through the maturity of Speak Up America, what type of things are you intending? What's the ambition for this tech?
So, so you bring up elections, right? And so, with my experience in making a difference in politics through activism, what you find is that elections are important, but democracy happens every day,
Right.
right? So the important work being done is people making sure that their voices are heard on the issues that matter to them on a daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, right? And so, so right now, for example, climate change is a huge issue, right? It's a huge problem that a lot of communities, a lot of countries are experiencing right now and projected to experience in a larger way. And so right now we have a campaign on climate change on Speak Up America. So it helps people connect with their representatives. They receive a script as well to help them on the call because, you know, climate change, we don't know if the next president is going to create policies that are favorable for climate change or not, right? But what we do know is that people have power right now, right? And they need to be empowered in order to exercise that power and have it be represented in our democracy.
When you think through democracy being an everyday thing, and you think through shortcuts like leveraging a voice device instead of this really long manual process, do you believe that the initiatives that are partisan will be more successful than the initiatives that are bipartisan because of the intensity by which people run after things when they're kind of gathered in a tribalistic nature? And have you already seen that play out with Speak Up America?
It's a really good question. I think what you're touching on is kind of like what happens on Twitter, right? Twitter is a great example of tribalism, right? You know, and your question about, you know, bipartisan type of initiatives, right? You know, are they going to have not as much support from people? So, you know, you'd expect that the bipartisan stuff would, right? And so, so there's a couple things going on. One of them is that our current tools, like Twitter, do not allow for a way for people to exercise the power that they have in a way that is directly connected and related to the representatives, right? So on Twitter, for example, if I, you know, if I'm contacting my congressperson, right? So can thousands of other people from outside my district, right? So can probably millions of people from outside the country, right? So the representative is receiving all these messages and they're like, well, I don't know what this means, right? I don't know how many of these are real people. How many of them are bots, right? There's all these problems there, right? So what we are doing is making sure that when you're trying to make your voice heard, that you're being connected straight to the representative that represents you. And so why is that important? Because you either voted them in or have the ability to vote them out, right? Or to vote them in again, right? And that, what is that? That's accountability, right? And so that's, you know, I think, you know, the tribalism that happens on Twitter, you know, there are some issues where, you know, some tribes are right and some tribes are wrong. but also what happens when that kind of state happens is people stop thinking. They just choose a side, and they're just, whatever that side is, it's like, there's the question of like, what is that side? And then that side morphs, right? And so, what I would like to promote with Speak Up America is empowerment and the ability for people to directly exercise their power, and to have people look at the issues directly, right? And ask themselves, is this something that they want to support or not? Because it's there's a lot of parts to making a difference, and some of those parts are really looking at those issues, right, and really understanding them. And so right now we are focused on helping them express the stance on those issues.
That makes sense. I think as we wrap up our conversation, let me ask you this. All these folks are going to gather for this week, right? We're all going to be at Project Voice in Chattanooga, Tennessee, Monday, January 13th through Friday, January 17th. You have this whole collection, thousands of people involved in Voice. If you could have everybody's attention and influence them either for something with just the voice industry or with Speak of America, like, what's the one thing that you'd want to tell everybody in the voice industry right now if you had their ear?
Well, I think, first of all, I'd encourage everyone to enable Speak Up America on their Alexa devices. Tell them that, they could also use it on their phone, if they don't have an Alexa device, just through the Alexa app. I'd encourage them to use the campaign we have on there right now, which is focused on climate change. So you say, Alexa, open Speak Up America for climate change. They'll receive a text message with a script with information to help them on the call. And of course, the call that connects them to their elected representatives. And I think the biggest thing I'd like to share with everyone is to really dig deep, into the issues, into these ideas floating around, to ask questions, right? Ask questions about, where, sorry, I got a notification on there. Ask questions about, where this information that they're receiving is coming from, right? Ask questions about maybe their own assumptions, right? Why they believe the things they do, right? And, in that, process of asking those questions, maybe they'll solidify what they believe, or maybe they'll reevaluate what they believe, But I think there are a lot of challenges and opportunities in the coming future. And if we are able to really ask better questions, and look at issues in an exploratory way, then we can solve the big problems that are up ahead.
I think it's really.
I have a few dogs barking in the background.
Well, so I think that's very fitting. And so let's end on this note.
Yeah.
Asking questions is like a dog barking. Mm. It's hard to ignore somebody, and it's impossible to ignore an entire community that keeps asking the same questions, right? You can pretend the dog's not there, but the dog is barking. And the thing for us is that in our democracy, all of us can use our bark. And if we use our bark collectively, we cannot be ignored. And it's an organization like Speak of America that empowers people to be heard. So that the people that actually are in power, because we put them there and we can choose to remove them, that they will hear us as we yap about what is meaningful and powerful to us. So I think it's actually nice that the dogs were barking because it kind of
That
brought
was
that.
great. That was great. I love animals.
Yeah.
And yeah, obviously they're supporting the message
That's right.
that we're talking about right now. So that's really
right.
cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Joaquin, for joining me. We appreciate your time.
So much for having me, Ian.
We're really looking forward to seeing you at Project Voice. And I anticipate a lot of people will be excited about what you're doing at Speak of America, especially those that have no idea and those that already know about it. Make sure you download the app, let your voice be heard. And remember, this is a tool that you can use for the things that are meaningful to you. And so that is our encouragement. And so Joaquin, again, we thank you for your time, and we're glad that you joined us for this.
Yeah, look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you so much.
CES 2020. I'm super excited to be introducing Ian with attn.live. And Ian, please tell me what makes you so excited to be here today.
Yeah, well, I love CES. I have a lot of friends here. It's nice that this time I am co-producing a live stream for the big voice event. Google Assistant is the sponsor for that, so that'll be a blast. And so that brings me here. Yeah. Spending time with you and the rest of the Runway Innovation team brings me here. I have a bunch of friends in the blockchain distributed ledger space I'm spending time with and connecting, building strategic partnerships. So it's exciting what we're building at attn.live, and being here is one place in 1 week that I can get a few years of work done.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
What are you most excited about seeing? Whom, what technology?
I'm probably most excited about seeing young people, like 18, give or take 5 years, that are actively building out voice technology, especially if this young person has big ambition, like building tech that can reach hundreds of millions of people. That would be most exciting for me, because for me, the youth are not the future, the youth are the present, and I am very much wanting to support them and serve them and empower them.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that.
Yes. It's so fun to do live streaming on the strip next to the fountain. It's nice you just spontaneously laugh.
That's right. Spontaneously.
We are out of here. Thanks for joining us. We're done.
Mike, thank you for joining me here for a Project Voice pre-event interview. And you represent SoundHound, which is a favorite company for many people because of your Houndify app, because of the SDK that you've created for developers to go in and actually participate in what you are making available to both the enterprise and consumer market. So it's always nice to connect with anybody on your team. I always enjoy speaking with Katie. I understand that you will be the representative for SoundHound at Project Voice this year. So congratulations. That's a great thing for you and for the company, and it's a great thing for us, those that are attending and helping to develop it. Mike, would you please introduce yourself? And for those that may not know much about SoundHound or Houndify, could you tell everybody about that as well?
Sure, yeah. Happy to make the formal introduction. I'm Mike Zagorczyk. I'm Vice President of Product Marketing here at SoundHound Inc. And we, as a company, a background, a lot of people know us as the music recognition app that we've had in the business for quite a while. So our company history goes back to 2005. So we're a 14-year-old company. But many of us now know, especially in the voice community, which you've done such a great job creating and nurturing as a voice AI company. And that came with the introduction of Houndify in 2015, along with Hound. So Houndify is our developer platform, as you mentioned, that allows developers and partners we work with to add a voice experience to their products. And then Hound in the US is our voice assistant app. So it's a great way to experience Houndify yourself and actually have a daily use case that's supported by voice.
And if people want to use Hound, it would be, although it's hard in the voice industry, everything's so new. It's like, are there really any competitors, or is everybody collaborating? Is it a rising tide raising all ships? I kind of lean toward that way. I think we're probably a few years away from real intense competition, but obviously Hound is an alternative to Alexa, to Google Assistant, or Bixby, or Cortana, or Siri. Can you talk a bit about how people would engage with your software? And are they limited in terms of hardware devices? Do they have to use a cell phone or a tablet? Can they use a voice device? Just if people don't know about the opportunity, can you just give them a little insight in terms of what's available to them?
Yeah, absolutely. The core platform and what's particularly relevant to the voice community is our platform Houndify. And it's not limited by hardware or software, in the sense that if you have a product that has a microphone and a speaker, our technology all runs essentially on the cloud. So connectivity is really the key ingredient there that enables the voice transaction. Now, we do have an embedded version of our technology, and we're starting to see that a lot more in our automotive partnerships. So we're partnering, voice integrating with Mercedes, Honda, Hyundai, and a few European brands. So for them, it's really important to be local, but essentially for most folks, as IoT products proliferate, the cloud connection is really key. One product that uses Houndify is Hound, hence the relationship. So we have a sort of a branding element we call Powered by Houndify. So you can think of Hound as being powered by Houndify, the same way Mercedes MBUX is powered by Houndify. So Houndify is really the platform that powers the voice, and the products are the ones that take advantage of it.
Okay. So that's the consumer product that people can interact with and use. How about if you are a developer and you are just now, like for the folks that may be watching us live right now or see the archive, they may say, okay, wait, so hold on. You have an SDK, like what's the opportunity for me? So it's a brand new thing a developer's hearing about. What's the first step for them to take to engage with the company and investigate the opportunity?
Yeah, for developers, the first thing to do is go to houndify.com and create a free account. And in there, you'll see a developer experience that mirrors a lot of developer platforms. We leverage a lot of the best practices. So there's documentation, there's tools and tutorials. And what you'll be able to do there is really start to basically build your own independent voice experience. And then ultimately at that point, you can then apply it to whether it's an existing app, whether you want to build a new app, whether you have a piece of hardware that can incorporate microphone, internet connectivity, and a speaker. And we have over 100 domains that are available for you to take advantage of, from weather. We have integrations with Yelp and Uber, Flight Tracker, and you name it. The next step beyond that is the ability to create a custom domain. So this would be if you had a product that had its own functionality, and you wanted to extend that functionality with voice, then we could work with you to build a custom domain. And what that would be is a private custom voice experience that was very related to either a piece of content that you have or a product. So when we work with automakers, they want to voice enable their interface in their cars. That would be a custom domain that's private to them. Or they want to create a voice interface for their automotive manual. That's not something they would want to have as a public piece of information. So it's a combination of public domains, private and custom domains, channeling through the voice experience. I will add one thing.
I want to explore that. I'm glad you explained it that way. I think you're going to get people leaning in on what you just said in the last minute. So everybody go to soundtown.com and go investigate for yourself. And you can reach out to Michael through LinkedIn if it's a product marketing question, or certainly people are available at the company. But that's a cool approach. I like that. Before we run out of time on our interview, I do want to ask about what you're going to be speaking about at Project Voice, which happens in Chattanooga, Tennessee, January 13th through the 17th. So can you tell us what you're going to be sharing on at that event?
Yeah, of course. I'll be speaking. I'm currently slated for Thursday. I know the schedule is still taking shape, but it seems pretty solid. So Thursday, 11:45 in a half-hour slot. And the title of my session is Succeeding as an Independent Voice Assistant and AI. And I think it really touches on a question that you had from me earlier about, say, competing with Alexa or Google, or some, whether it's even Microsoft or Siri. And I think the notion of independence is a really important theme for that. So what we mean by independent is that we are not part of a big technology company, nor do we have an agenda to extend our footprint into products. So if you add Alexa to your product, whether it's a microwave oven or a car, it adds a lot of consumer value, but it's also inviting the ecosystem into the product itself.
Mm-hmm.
What we believe and what we've seen is your product should have its own voice. So if you're interacting with the product, whether it's a car or a smart speaker that you made or an appliance, extending your relationship with your customers through voice is important. And that doesn't have to happen exclusive Alexa. Alexa and Google are services. They're valuable. People use them for a variety of reasons, but that's not a one-to-one relationship with the product experience. So the notion of independence is really important for companies like us who bring products to life. So we have a branded wake word. So when you say, hey, Mercedes, you're talking to the car, and we provide that. And then Houndify is powering the experience. But you may say, Alexa, add this to my shopping list. And that's okay too. We believe in a multi-assistant voice world. And conversely, for voice content providers, like a lot of the people in the community are going to want to develop expertise that works with Houndify, works with Alexa, works with Google. It's about untethering that one-to-one relationship and maintaining independence as a voice expert so that you can work across all the different platforms. So I'm going to talk about the importance of that and really making sure that platform independence is really key. You own the expertise, you own your brand. It gives you all the tools to be successful. And companies like ours, I think, help fuel the type of market that we all want to see.
Well, I'm grateful for you. I think it's very, very good that you exist and that you're not a little company that's just trying, but you are a very large, well-funded company that has the ability to be independent, but still provide something very, very beneficial that people not only use, but use over and over and over again. So I would imagine that your role leading product marketing as the VP there at SoundHound is quite an exciting role to have. As we wrap up our interview, any final thoughts on the state of the voice industry that you'd like to share with us?
Absolutely. I mean, what I really appreciate in particular, and then Houndify is powering the experience. But you may say, Alexa,
that people not only use, but use over and over and over again. So I would imagine that your role leading product marketing as the VP there at SoundHound is quite an exciting role to have. As we wrap up our interview, any final thoughts on the state of the voice industry that you'd like to share with us?
Absolutely. I mean, what I really appreciate in particular with Project Voice is the community aspect of it, because businesses are all trying to succeed. We need to bring in revenue and growth and and expand our influence. But at the same time, when it comes to new technology, especially human-computer interfaces, which really help everybody, ignoring the community aspect of it is to ignore really what innovation is all about. We're based in Silicon Valley, and you trace the history back to meetups and sharing. So I think what you guys are doing to really connect the dots is really critical. And even the evolution from being the Alexa conference to Project Voice, I think asserts your own independence and really driving that message home. So for us to be a part of it is really that very important human aspect, I think, that transcends what we do. I'm excited to be there in person.
Yeah, well, we're grateful to have you. And I am thankful that you joined me for this interview, as are the people that get a chance to watch or listen to it. So, Michael, thank you so much. I will see you at Project Voice.
Thank you.
Welcome to CES. We are here in Las Vegas. It is Monday, and the craziness is about to start. And I want to introduce you to one of my friends, Tyler, who leads the corporate innovation at Runway in the Innovation Hub inside Twitter. And Tyler, you and I have been working together for a while. They're just going to watch our conversation, but we talk. So for those who don't know who you are or about Runway, please tell me, even though I know, who are you, what do you do?
Yeah, for sure. So Runway is located in the epicenter of San Francisco in the Twitter building. And what we're doing is we're creating a hub to bring together the key people for innovation. So we incubate and nurture early stage startups, seed to Series A startups. That's half our business. The other half of the business is actually helping corporations also partner and work with startups to continue to fuel and drive their innovation growth. And that's the part of the business that I work on and I'm really passionate about, really brokering relationships between the two, creating mutual beneficial relationships.
Now, tell me about CES. If one thing is accomplished for you and your team that you've brought here, what is that primary goal that you have?
Yeah, for sure. So what we're looking to do here is continue to build really great relationships, understand what the key technology trends are, and then bring those back to our clients, and also so that we can be more knowledgeable about what's coming down the pipeline and be most informed and bring that to San Francisco.
Awesome. And so anybody that you're looking forward to listening to or connecting with, any tech that you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, we're really excited about a couple different areas. We're excited about mobility and robotics. We're excited about smart cities, and that's why I'll be spending part of my day tomorrow is the smart cities track, and then digital money and fintech as well.
Perfect. Well, thank you again for joining us. We appreciate your attention. We could talk for hours, but I just wanted a quick introduction so you could know who Tyler is here at CES. If you're looking to connect with the Runway Innovation Hub inside of Twitter, this is the man to speak with, and he's easy to get a hold of. And if you can't figure it out, you may not have enough figured outness to get a hold of him. That's just too bad for you. Over and out.
Good job.
Roger, my friend, thank you for joining me. I always enjoy a conversation with you. And I would love it if you could introduce yourself to people that are tuned in. So if you're watching on the Voice First FM YouTube channel or listening through the Attention Live Alexa skill, I hope you enjoy the conversation. Maybe you're tuned in through an archive. So thanks for your attention. I'm excited to introduce Roger to you, who is the Senior Developer Evangelist at Viv Labs and evangelizing the things happening at Samsung Bixby. So Roger, take it away. Tell folks about yourself and what keeps you busy during the day.
Sure. Thanks, Ian, and nice to talk to you again. So as Ian said, I'm a senior developer evangelist, and so really my job is to go out and talk to third-party developers and get them excited about Bixby and excited about building for our platform. Talk to them about how to get started as they get more advanced, how to build something even better, and just keep on going out and evangelizing the platform and getting people excited about our conversational AI and voice assistant, which we think has some really unique offerings for the marketplace.
What you are working on as a company, and then your role as the evangelist, give us a little insight. I think there's people that are salespeople, they're strategists, they're innovators, they are marketers, they're branders, and they're looking at the voice industry and they're like, wow, look what Roger's doing, right? Look what Dave is doing over at Alexa, right? And they're like, what is it like to be an evangelist for this new tech? Can you give us a little insight? Like, what is this role like for you, and what might it be like for others that say, I'd love to tell the world about what this voice tech company is doing?
Sure.
What's that like?
Yeah, so sure. First of all, voice is super exciting to work in because it's so nascent and early, and there's so much innovation and excitement. And frankly, I don't think anyone has figured out 10% of it. Maybe we're in the first inning, maybe we're in the second inning now, that kind of overused baseball analogy. But that's really what attracted me to come into this industry, is kind of this new way of really enabling humans to better interact with their technology. My God, my whole career I've been thinking about that and working on that. And then I saw voice and I was like, wow, that's probably the best way I've seen, because it's the most natural way.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as the job and work and that, I mean, it's really, I'd say to be a great evangelist, you got to be half geek and half extrovert, right? So, because usually those don't go hand in hand, but you really need to be someone who loves technology and loves talking about it and loves both doing and talking with others about it. So you got to have your marketing chops and your technical chops, which has always fit me and my personality and what I like to do. So it's a great role and really exciting, and so great to be in such a nascent early technology. I mean, my God, I keep on seeing things that get me excited, and I know a year from now I'm going to be like, whoa, 5 years from now my head will be exploding. So great stuff.
Absolutely. Now, you'll be speaking at Project Voice, and we're grateful for that. Can you share what you'll be speaking on, and a little insight in advance, and maybe invite people, hey, make sure you mark it down. I'll be doing this talk, and people are they'll look forward to hearing what you have to share.
Yeah, so I'm going to talk a little bit about our larger presence, and then I'll talk a little bit what I'm doing. But so first of all, on Monday, there is a workshop, 3 hours Monday afternoon, and it's all about learning Bixby and coming and learning how to actually build a Bixby capsule. We're going to introduce this new feature called templates that makes it super easy to build a capsule, and I can guarantee that everyone who comes there will build a capsule and have some fun doing it. And the whole idea is to introduce you to that. And then later, so Thursday of the conference is actually more the Bixby Day. We have a bunch of things going on there. Adam Shire is giving a keynote, our co-founder, and then we have a bunch of Bixby technical sessions and some business partner sessions. My particular session, I'm calling Bixby Tips, Tricks, and Templates. And what I'm really going to talk about is how to take advantage of some of the features in our platform. They're either unique or just really, really well done, and a good way for you to take what I like to say is a voice experience from good to great. And so I'll explain those, and then a little bit about templates again, about how to get started and kick started. But it's going from good to great with your capsule development. And this is not only designed for experienced people, but beginners can get something out of it as well.
Is it designed for experienced people? Like, is the experience on Monday, as an example, right? This is kind of day zero on Monday, January 13th. We're there from the 13th to the 17th, but Monday's day zero. Samsung has a big opportunity being made available to developers. I think my question for you, is it really catered to 101 all the way through 401? Like, well, yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, good question. So, I mean, I think more of our voice presence, probably not 401, maybe 101, 102. I mean, I think we're cognizant of where we sit in the industry, and a lot of people have never done anything with Bixby. So definitely Monday is that kind of starting point. Yeah. All of our talks will definitely, cater and talk to, hey, maybe you don't know Bixby, and we'll talk about some of the features. I'm balancing, hey, talking about this feature that you'll understand with Bixby, but also saying, hey, if you're already working with Bixby, here's some things that you can do or some things that you haven't done. So I'd say in that 101 to 401, we're maybe at the 101 to 102 range. And it's really just a reflection of how many people are developing for Bixby, and we're still largely introducing that to a lot of developers.
Right. And so much like, Google has their actions and Alexa has their skills, Bixby has their capsules, right? And so there's templates, and a beginning developer, or maybe somebody that's more toward intermediate, if they want a real helping hand up, they can show up on Monday for your 3-hour event, and they can come as a developer that knows nothing or knows little, or maybe they're just kind of getting started, and you'll help them through those templates. And again, your talk is on the tips, tricks, and templates specific to Samsung Bixby's capsules. And so that's another opportunity for people to learn. And then, of course, Adam, one of the most important innovators in voice, will be speaking on Thursday. And Thursday's kind of like a Samsung day at Project Voice. So we're looking forward to that as well. Can you give us, in your opinion, kind of the state of the industry as it is here to the end of 2019, as we're going into 2020? Where's the state of the industry right now?
Yeah, well, that's a great question and a broad question. I mean, I think we're still, like I said, we're very early. What I really like is there's a lot more of kind of public awareness of voice and voice assistants and a way of interacting with their technology, right? I gave them to my in-laws, a smart speaker, and they really love it and things. And if they love tech, everyone's going to love tech there. So
that's right.
But no, it's an example where people are still really starting to use it. Well, what I do think is happening, it's really early, and people are we're barking kind of quick commands at them.
Yeah.
So what I like to say is we kind of got the lowercase and assistant going on right now. It does quick things for you. What I'd like to see is kind of get to that uppercase assistant. And that's where you have a longer running conversation. You actually get closer to think about a human assistant. If you had one, you could say, hey, I need to travel to New York next week. Hey, they know what airline you like to fly, what airport you like to go, fly out of, where you like to stay, and they take care of all of that for you. I think the real opportunity with assistance is more along those lines, is really becoming this thing where you have an ongoing, maybe long running, multiple day conversation about planning a vacation, traveling, something like that, and they get really hyper personalized about understanding you. Like I said, make that A capital A. But we're definitely lowercase a right now. Right. Exciting. People are, discovering it, having fun. But we're still doing really simplistic things, which is not it's where the industry is and where it probably should be, given how new and nascent it is. But there's a lot more coming.
When you think about the future and you want to really extend yourself out, how far does your imagination take you in voice tech? Like, when you think about the future, is it 2024, 5 years out? Do you fantasize about 3 generations from now, right? Your great grandkids, maybe you won't meet them. With health the way it is today, you'll probably live for 100+ years. But thinking about generations to come and how voice tech may impact them as they interact with tech that way. So as you think about towards the future, you can keep it in your comfort zone, but maybe go out toward the further end. What do you see coming? You know, whether it's 5 years or 105 years from now, what do you see coming? And how do you see voice tech really impacting humanity, individuals, and enterprises in a positive way?
Yeah, so I think, you know, and God knows the time frames on these, because I'm going to be, whatever I say will be completely wrong time frame wise, so not even going to go there. But what I see is, and it's kind of that point of, we all find it, first way to communicate was talking. So by talking to our technology, we'll be able to just get things done quicker and faster and easier. And I think it's all about, how many times have I sat down at a computer, I want to do something, and I'm like, I could describe it in a sentence or two.
Yeah.
But I got to go find 12 different menus and go look up a manual or go search for it on Google and do all these things. That's where there's some friction there. And I see voices kind of unlocking that friction. And, you know, I think we'll still be typing and swiping 5, 10, 20 years from now. I don't think those interfaces are going away. What I think will happen, though, is a lot more conversational. You'll walk and you'll talk to your house. You walk in your office, you'll talk to it. You're in a meeting at work, I need some information. You just talk. There's like this voice assistant sitting there listening, right? As an assistant, willing to answer those questions for you.
That's right.
You're with the family, you want some information, or you want to go plan or think, what should we do this weekend? Hey, what should we do this weekend? And it's like, hey, there's a cool festival coming up this weekend. You want to do that? And almost becomes another part of that conversation. And this, I don't know if I want to call it a butler on demand that has all this information there, but is really always there and very social. That's a big thing about voice. So I'm sitting in front of a computer right now, but that's a solo activity.
Right.
But sitting in my living room, and if I can just talk to it, my whole family can talk. Or at work, right, in an office, in a meeting. Those are social communal activities. And to date, technology has always been one-to-one, me with a computer, me with a phone. Voice is really a huge unlock for a more social way of interacting with our technology. So that's the way I see it going, is being this kind of ambient computing thing around you that lets you just live life better and more in a more fuller way. And what I will be spending, I'll be still typing and swiping, but a heck of a lot less, because I'll get a lot done by just talking.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely a bit of friction with 2 thumbs on a piece of glass. Not as much friction as there was with 10 fingers on a keyboard. And certainly not nearly as much friction as there has been with the pen and paper, which didn't even let you interact with tech at all. And there's going to be a unique experience when you see some people completely going voice only. And that might be because they can't read and write. Or because they don't know the major languages. Or it might just be because they have some handicaps, if we want to call things that. Some things that would keep them from having the same functionality that we're graced with. So some will go all in, and some will be very resistant. Then they'll watch their grandkids. They'll be like, gosh, they get 10 times more things done than I do.
You know, it's just, I think there's amazing, you're right, accessibility, right, and empowering. And then you're talking about people who can't read or write. You know, you think about, you see, I think an example of, you look at what kind of mobile has done in the third world. Think about what voice can do in the third world. Right now, you just take it to everyone, right? I mean, you know, the most disadvantaged people in the world can talk, right? They may have never touched technology. So now you take tech to them. Wow, I that just blows my mind of how empowering that is for them and what the opportunity is there.
There's 4 billion people in the world today that make less than $2.50 a day. There's over 2 billion that do not have access to the internet within walking or bicycle distance. There's no chance for them to be connected. When those 2 billion get internet access, it'll be around the same time that those 4 billion, which includes the 2, will for the first time be given the voice as a tool to be able to speak to tech. So fine, they can't read and write. They can't afford an expensive phone or computer, but they got that cheap little $1.50 ring from Amazon or Facebook or Google or Microsoft or Samsung, right? Whoever places the hardware and then brings in the software. And all of a sudden, people that had no chance at being a productive member of the global society, for the first time ever, boom, there they are. They can now create value at scale with their voice, or they can consume value at scale with their ears. I think that is going to be the great unlock of abundance, where people are going to have a chance to completely change the destiny of themselves and those that go after them. So I think that that's why I'm very much mindful of collaboration, right? I don't see, Alexa versus Bixby versus Assistant versus, Cortana versus Siri versus, SoundHound. Like, I don't see it that way at all. Mm-hmm. To me, it's all very collaborative. It's all very healthy that there are competitors that are providing a similar service to the consumer and the enterprise, because what'll happen is this stuff will get better and better and keep lifting. And next thing you know, it'll be a Samsung Bixby capsule that people open up and they can speak in any language, and that capsule will understand them and allow them to access everything that's available to you and I, but it was never available to them before. So it's very, very exciting for humanity. Any final thoughts as we wrap up our interview, Roger?
No, but wow. I think, well, yeah, a little bit, to be fair. Love the conversation about the opportunity there, right? That really is what gets me excited about this industry, right? And where we're going to go. So I guess my last thoughts were, Kate, come on down to Project Voice. We are giving, I'm giving a talk. 3 other of my colleagues are giving a talk. There's a bunch of talks that are partners. We're going to have a booth. We're going to have that workshop on Monday. Come on down. And like you said, what the great thing about this industry is we all compete a little bit, but maybe with quotes around that. We're all really commonly aligned around where we're going and the excitement there. And we all know each other and we all respect each other. So come on down to see everyone at Project Voice is my message there.
Ditto. Come, everybody. Come and join us in Chattanooga, Tennessee at Project Voice, which is going to be an incredible 5-day conference, Monday, January 13th through Friday, January 17th. And amazing people like Roger will be there sharing everything they possibly can to empower you to do better with your pursuits as an independent or as part of a corporation. So we welcome you and we look forward to seeing you. And Roger, I thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ian. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
It is.
Congratulations, here you are next to the Bellagio fountains in Las Vegas, walking with me, but not just me, Janice. The Janice from Runway, the innovation hub inside of Twitter's headquarters. Janice, I love what you and your team do at Runway. For those that don't know who you are, we're not talking to the camera, even though we're here live, we're talking to each other.
Sure.
So who are you? What do you do at Runway? And tell me a bit about that, and then we can talk about CES for a moment.
Excellent. So, Janice Ruiz, and I am Head of Business Development and Partnerships at Runway Innovation Hub. I have the privilege to be able to talk to amazing corporates globally to see what their pain points are and how we can help them, either in innovation strategy, assessing their maturity level, whether or not they're even ready for new innovations within their companies. So I'm super excited about that.
Well, I'm excited about what you do for corporates. I think the Global 2000 here are represented at CES.
Yes.
I imagine that any of the Global 2000 could benefit from the things that you and the team at Runway have learned about innovation. Tell me, what is the type of projects that you get most excited about when it comes to bringing innovation to the large enterprise customers?
The projects for me is really being able to answer the pain points that they have, such as, for example, inside of individual business units, if they need a better customer experience, omni-channel, if they want to be able to have a better internal experience, and we look at accounting, we look at things that they need. If they're looking to disrupt their internal product, not only for their own internal company, but also to go inside of other markets or mid-markets, whatever that may be. I mean, just going, it's like shopping, right?
Yes.
It's
Yes.
like, okay, what do you want? What do you need in a perfect world? How can I help you with that?
Perfect. Well, I could talk to Janice for a long time. You could listen for a long time, but I'm cutting you off. That's it, just a little taste. But if you are a Global 2000 company, if you're an enterprise looking for innovation, Janice and the team at Runway Innovation Hub are here to serve you. Hope you're here at CES. We'd love to connect.
Welcome to a pre-event interview for Project Voice. This is Sarah, and she is the Chief Creative Officer at Matchbox.io. And both of us will be at the Project Voice event that happens Monday, January 13th through Friday, January 17th in Chattanooga, Tennessee. There'll be thousands of people there involved with the voice tech and AI industries. And so, Sarah, thank you for joining me for this brief interview. And not everybody knows who you are. Would you please introduce yourself and a bit about what keeps you busy during the day over at Matchbox.io?
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is very nice. So I'm Sarah Andrew Wilson. I'm the Chief Content Officer at Matchbox.io. And what that means is I oversee content strategy, design, and communications. So we currently have 18 voice apps on multiple platforms, mainly on Amazon Alexa, but also on Samsung Bixby and Google Home. And so I oversee the content for all of these apps, which include question of the day and, kids quiz and animal rescue and, a wide variety of game, utility, and wellness apps. So I oversee all the content on there. Either I'm writing it or I'm working with my team to write it. And then I also oversee the design of these apps. And as we're working on new apps, I work with our whole team on the overall design. And then I also oversee communications, internal and external. We have a thriving social media presence, especially on Facebook, where we have, I think we're up to 8,500 fans on Facebook, specifically for a question of the day app. And that keeps me busy. And then there's also a variety of other communication kind of issues that I work through. So, I'm on my toes every day at Matchbox.
So as a chief creative, are you more drawn to one type of creativity over another? Like, are you more drawn to copywriting or to doing social media posts or to creating videos or to branding and design? Like, is there a certain thing that you're like magnetized toward? Like, that's your lane.
Yeah.
You're like, well, sure, I'll take responsibility to oversee these things. Like, what type of creative work really lights your fire?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I like that question. So my background is actually in the performing arts and in education, and specifically in the music industry and in music education. Yeah. So in working at Matchbox, I think I really veer towards the educational side of what we're doing, regardless of what app that you're using, whether it's, question of the day, kids quiz, riddle of the day, easy yoga. We want everything to be educational. We want you to learn something new every day. You might not realize that you're learning something new every day, but we want you to learn something new every day, and we want you to learn something new every day using high quality content. And so that's really where I think my passion is helping people in creative ways, and hopefully in fun and engaging ways, helping people learn a little bit more about the world in bite-sized pieces every day.
And right now, you have this really fun opportunity to do creative work and oversee a lot of creative work in a new platform, right?
Yeah.
It's very similar to the iTunes App Store for the iPhone when it first came out in 2008, 9, 10. Very similar to email marketing workshops 20 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Like this is a new medium, voice devices, things like Alexa skills and Google Actions and Bixby capsules, right? So how do you think through creativity in the voice tech industry, knowing that much of what's being created, even to promote your own company, much of what's being created is being created for platforms that are still emerging, right? And so how do you attack that, and how do you still respect the fact that most people are on Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and Instagram, and still provide that creative output of branding and marketing and advertising and digital sales to the place where people are at, but still making room for where people are beginning to go?
So do you have 2 hours to dive into that? That's another really great question. So a few thoughts. The first is I find this to be a very exciting time to be in the voice first industry. Voice first isn't new. It's been around in various forms for decades, right? But this current form is new, and I just find that so exciting. It's exciting to figure out where it's going, how I and Matchbox can fit into it, and can we continue to lead in a certain direction, and can we experiment more and see as different opportunities roll out on different platforms, how can we then fit our goals into these new opportunities on each platform. I think coming from the music industry, I have trained ears, and in the music industry you communicate not through text on a page. You communicate through sound, and I think that is really helping Matchbox and what we're looking forward to the future, and designing educational experiences and game experiences and wellness experiences using sound and not relying on that text on the page. So I just think it's a creative and exciting time right now to be in this industry.
Well, I mean, arguably, it's the most creative and exciting time in the history of the world. At 1:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday, December 23rd.
There we go.
There's never been so much opportunity.
Yeah.
So much, flexibility. I mean, people can basically do what they want in first world countries like we're in, and they have the ability to create what they want in many different ways, and they have access to people's attention. They can on attention and influence. If you have the attention of businesses, enterprises, and they're saying to themselves, okay, Matchbox.io, so what can you do for me? What is that call to action for an executive at a corporation? For a small business owner that maybe is looking to really go and swing for the fences on voice? What's the call to action? Do they go to Matchbox.io? What's the first step for an enterprise or a corporation to engage with your company?
Yeah, so right now we're not really in the agency model. That's something that we've looked at in the past and looking at in the future. So right now we're not really in that space. There's lots of wonderful people who are in that space. But a kind of a call to action for larger corporations is to start thinking about including a voice first component to your marketing department. You have to start including this as just one of your many marketing streams, right? Voice first doesn't mean voice only. It doesn't mean you have to shove everything aside and say, okay, well, now we just have to like focus on voice. It is one of many ways of reaching customers, and it's a very accessible way of reaching customers. And there's so many use cases currently and still to be discovered in how corporations can get into the voice space. But you have to just dive in and just think of it as another way of reaching customers.
And since you don't do agency work, it means that you're an example to corporations and enterprises, maybe a strategic partner in the future. Or at least they can learn from you. So if someone wants to learn from what you're doing, is there a certain Alexa skill that you say, you know, honestly, like you should just look at this skill, like the question of the day. This is the one to look at. This is the one to follow or model for your own industry, for your own content.
Yeah, so there's a couple that come to mind. So question of the day, I'm going to start with that. That's our flagship app. That's really how Matchbox got started. It was question of the day. Right. And question of the day is seemingly simple to a user. You get a question a day. The topic changes every day. And then regardless of whether you know the answer to it, you know, it's kind of general trivia, but we might ask a science question one day, history question the next day, an animal question the following day. If regardless of whether or not you know the answer, the goal is to learn something new about that topic. So after you answer, you provide your answer, you learn if you got it right or wrong, and then we give you a few sentences that are hopefully interesting about that topic, that even if you knew the answer, we're going to extend the information further for you so you can learn a little bit more. And then if you answer it correctly, you get a bonus question. So we're extending the experience a little bit more. And then there's one of our goals is to make sure our customers come back regularly and hopefully every day. That's like business 101, right? You want your customers to come back. Please come back. Right. So we have built in the gamification part of it, which is, you know, of course you have your personal stats and you get to collect points. You collect badges. You join leaderboards. If you're a member of our trivia club, if you really want to dive in deeper, if you really like this initial interaction with question of the day, with your daily question or the bonus question, you can join our trivia club for a very small, monthly fee. It's a subscription service where you don't just get one question a day, you get the daily question plus 3 challenge questions. So additionally, you're getting 4 questions a day. And then you get access to regional and national leaderboards. It makes it a little bit more social. You get to see how people in your area answered, each question. Then you get to learn how people across the country and around the world answered that same question. And then you get multiplayer game packs, unlimited access to multiplayer game packs, so that if you want to play, you can play by yourself or you can play with friends and family, and you can dive in deeper into a topic. So there's different levels for different types of interaction. If you just want to play by yourself for 2 minutes, we got you there. If you want to play with other people and you want not just one question, you want 4 questions, we got you there. If you want leaderboards, we got you there too. So I think it's an important model for people to think about, and how to engage customers and how they want to be engaged.
Yeah.
Whether it's 30 seconds, 2 minutes, or if you want, a 30-minute interaction, we have you covered.
That's a lot to do, especially early on in the industry, to provide that flexibility for the end user. Well, we're excited to have you be a part of Project Voice this upcoming.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's happening just in a couple weeks, right? Mm-hmm. It's in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Monday, January 13th through Friday, January 17th. And you'll be there representing Matchbox.io mm-hmm. and some of the apps that you and your team have been working on. Any final thoughts for folks that are part of the voice industry that have tuned in to listen or watch this conversation we're having? Any kind of final thoughts as we wrap up our interview?
yeah, come to Project Voice. It's going to be awesome. It's 5 days of really in-depth, interesting conversations and discussions. There's, I think there's focusing each day on a different platform. And then there's Bradley and his team have really done a great job at kind of weaving through general ideas through each day, regardless of the platform that's being focused on that day. There's pre-conference workshops. Come to our developer ethics roundtable discussion on Tuesday. And then on Thursday, I'm leading a panel discussion, I'm moderating a panel discussion about the state of voice first gaming. So hopefully everyone listening can attend those.
Well, I think voice first gaming, you know, I'll tell you one of my predictions is that what happened with Instagram as a photo sharing app on iOS becoming a $100 billion company, that somebody will create a voice-based game on the platforms like Alexa and Assistant that will scale to the level of Instagram. So it's not just that voice gaming is natural, because we always have talked and listened to our own voice and fun, but certainly there is an opportunity with gaming. And I think Matchbox.io and some of your games, if you'd call Question of the Day a game, at least it's gamified,
Sure. Yeah.
Are kind of setting this tone. So, well, it will be fun to see you. And I think that the panel that you're going to be a part of on Thursday, the workshop that you're doing on Tuesday will provide a lot of value to the community. And so I too encourage folks to attend those two. And I'll see you in just a couple weeks in Chattanooga.
That sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Okay. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Welcome to a Project Voice pre-event interview. I'm here with Rebecca, who does conversational design at Amazon Web Services. And we're very thankful, Rebecca, to have your involvement and Amazon's involvement with our upcoming Project Voice event that happens in Chattanooga, Tennessee, January 13th through the 17th. For those that may not know who you are and what you do, could you please introduce yourself and tell us a bit about what keeps you busy during the day?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Hi, everybody. I'm Rebecca Evanho. As Ian said, I'm a conversation designer for Amazon Web Services. I've been in the conversation design space for 8 years, coming up on 9 years, and I have worked on everything from virtual patient interactions to train healthcare workers to Alexa skills, chatbots of all kinds, and some specialized custom IoT solutions. So I've had a pretty broad and deep set of experiences in the field. I'm really passionate, like a lot of people in this field, I'm very passionate about looking at how we can reduce biases of all different kinds, from preventing harm and oppression through these interactions. In my current role, I work as a consultant, so we work with big companies, educating them on how to use Amazon technologies, but also how to build really great interactions that serve people.
When you think about building interactions that serve people, and you think about making conversational design more natural, I think one way to say it is like, how do we make these assistants more human? But ultimately what we're saying is, how do we make humans feel more natural when interacting with technology with their voice? When you think about the state of where things are at today, and you think about your vision and your peers' shared ambitions about where things could be, how far and how wide is that gap from where things are to where things ultimately will mature to? How do you feel about kind of the state of where it is and where it's going?
That's a really interesting question. I think that we are kind of at the beginning of the journey in terms of figuring a few things out. I work with big companies, and where I see a lot of folks now is like they've spent 3 months, 6 months, 18 months putting together a tech team, building a chatbot prototype, or maybe an Alexa skill, and they're realizing that the interaction isn't working very well for their customers. And they're realizing that they don't have a technical problem, they have a design problem. So what I see happening in the field is like folks are finally realizing that in order for these interactions to feel human or to feel natural, like you were saying, for the people using them, you have to put some people on the team who actually understand what humans do and how they express themselves in different ways in language. So yeah, I think there is a gap. A lot of these interactions are really stilted, or they're not providing the information people actually want. But what makes me hopeful that in the next few years that gap will get smaller and people start enjoying these interactions more, is that people are realizing there's a missing kind of design component, and they're starting to bring that in.
Yes. And how do you think it's going to be impacted, the industry and this specific ambition? How will it be impacted as applications switch from only smartphones and tablets, which has taken a lot of the energy away from desktop, PWA, right, progressive web apps? People are in their phone apps, their tablet apps. Soon, we have a shared belief, this industry, that a primary platform will be voice devices, and the applications will switch from 2 thumbs on a piece of glass to our voice. As that transition happens, conversational design will become more and more important, and the ambition and vision and hope will be more demanded by the consumers and by the enterprise. So as these platforms switch from a piece of glass with 2 thumbs to a speaker or a TV or a fridge in your voice, how might the consumer begin to demand these things? How might the enterprise clients, the Global 2000 corporations, begin to demand greater conversational design? And how do you think the demand of the market is going to ultimately empower you and your peers to create these new ways of interacting with your voice and tech?
Man, I wish we had a couple hours to dig into this. I think my snapshot of how customers are giving feedback and how companies are responding. I'll keep my focus on chatbots because I've been working on a lot of chatbots this year. I think consumers, a lot of companies are wanting to build chatbots to basically serve as like the primary entry point for customer support. A lot of companies that have built chatbots will have users rate their interaction or say whether or not the chatbot was helpful, and a lot of companies are seeing really negative feedback. So consumers are weighing in and saying, this didn't help me, this didn't answer my question, I didn't like this interaction. There are some interesting chatbot transcripts one can read where users are getting really frustrated and expressing themselves about that. So consumers are in this way demanding that these experiences get better for them. They're also not adopting them sometimes as fast as companies are hoping. And so that's a form of feedback. Like if customers aren't using these channels, it is because they are less useful than the other existing channels. So yeah, I think that the market, I see a lot of companies doing something right, which is creating channels for customers to give feedback, whether it's like directly in the chatbot or through surveys. And they are heeding that advice. So I think one of the lessons that the tech industry has learned from web is that we need to be gathering data from customers. And I see that happening. So I think that can help speed things along.
Now, you do conversational design for AWS.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a bit of a different role than somebody that may be doing or leading conversational design specifically for Alexa. Mm-hmm. And so can you give a little clarity in terms of what that what that means when people are listening to your talk at Project Voice, right? They're in the audience, they're about to hear you, and they hear you be introduced. You're a consultant, you've done all these things in voice, and you're doing conversational design for AWS. And in their brain, they go, wait, so Amazon Web Services, but wait, that's Alexa. So can you give a little clarity, not just for the audience to understand what you do, but what it means for you and your responsibility, what you're stewarding? Because it definitely is different than you being part of like the Alexa mobile team, your role. So could you just provide a little insight on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, as you mentioned, I'm over on the Amazon Web Services side, which is a separate business from Amazon.com. So most of the people who work on conversation design, like you were alluding to, work directly on Alexa. I work as a consultant for Amazon. Basically, they're big companies around the country and around the world who want to build conversational interfaces using Amazon technology. So that could be a chatbot using the Lex platform, or that could be a third-party Alexa skill. So in my work, or sometimes we do sort of custom from the ground up interfaces of different kinds. So that gives me, so as a consultant, I need to make sure that I know really broadly what's going on in the conversational interface market, what's happening in the field. And I need to, being an expert and being able to communicate to customers about that is really important. For my own development, it's given me a lot of exposure to a ton of different industries, and given me the opportunity to work on a bunch of different conversational experiences.
Does that allow you and your work to be focused more on enterprise clients, the Fortune 500, compared to being more focused on the end consumer, or not? Because that's one thing I'm kind of wondering about for your role. Like, is most of your conversations like, hey, this is what this big corporation needs from us. This is what this whole industry needs from us. Like, are you thinking about servicing the AWS clients, or you think about servicing your clients' customers?
Yeah, well, to build a good experience, we have to think about the client's customers, right? The end user. And a lot of times, we have to help them understand how their customers want to be interacting with voice. So of course, they have business goals that we're trying to help them meet. But to create a great conversational experience, you have to be looking at the end user. So part of what I do is teach businesses how to make sure that they're doing that, make sure that they are being customer centric.
Right. So can I give you an example? Like, let's say I came to you and your team and I say, and we're a big AWS client, right? I'll pick an easy one, like Upwork. Upwork's the biggest freelancer platform in the world. And we say to AWS's conversational design team and consultant or consultants, hey, here's what we want in the next 10 years. 4 billion people in the world make less than $2.50 a day. 2 billion people don't have the internet, and they will pretty soon. And in 10 years, we want anybody that can't read or write, that doesn't speak a major language, like English, Russian, Spanish, Portuguese, all the other Chinese, all the other people out there, they're like, he didn't say my language, sorry, but they don't speak a major language. And Upwork comes to you as a client and says, here's what we're really looking for. In 10 years' time, we want people that have something to offer our Upwork people that want customer service done. And maybe you don't read and write, maybe you don't speak a major language, but by interacting through this interface, you can provide customer service support to people around the world. All of a sudden, Upwork's thinking we can start empowering people that make less than $2.50 a day to make more than $2.50 an hour. So if they came to you with that big, decade-long, ambitious vision, how would you or your team kind of tackle that? And what type of expectations would you give them to be like, hey, you're talking about something like 50 years away, or, oh, you don't realize, like, you could do that in 6 months. Like, can you give me a little insight on like a pretend case study of that nature?
Yeah, the project you're describing, it's like, sign me up. I'd love to work on it.
Me too. I want to work on it too.
Yeah,
Let me know.
And some customers do want to start with like a really simple prototype. Some customers want to start kind of more in a strategy space like what you're describing. So we would come in, we would meet with business stakeholders, with subject matter experts, and kind of figure out what's the business trying to achieve, whether that's solving a business problem or reaching a business vision. We would kind of see what they'd already done in the conversational interface space. So maybe they've had some chatbots, or maybe they have one or more teams who have been kind of experimenting. So we would want to see what those teams have been learning. And then we would figure out, and do a lot of education around which of these problems and which of these things are really a good fit for conversational interfaces.
Yeah.
Where's the best place to start? Kind of that sweet spot of high business value, solves an actual customer problem, and is technically feasible. We would look for something like that. And we advise on how to build a team. We advise on best practices. I lead trainings a lot of times with in-house people with UX experience who want to add onto their UX expertise some conversation specific expertise. And then we also roadmap out, here's year one, and then here's maybe a year 5 benchmark. And that, it's hard, I think, with this developing tech to get all the way to year 10 in terms of road mapping. But yeah, we can help kind of plot steps to, really refined high-end conversational interfaces.
So I guess the question from that is, if there's an executive from a Global 2000 company that were to hear that idea, right, and they go, well, I don't care about customer service. I'm not, leading Upwork, but like my company definitely should be thinking through that 10-year type of thing. Where do they start? Like, who do they reach out to? Do they reach out to AWS or Alexa corporate? Do they reach out to you or another peer as an individual? Like, how does an executive, a chief of something at one of these big companies, even get started with being able to have intelligent, logical conversations about how to lay out a decade-long ambition to apply conversational design to their specific products and services?
Mm-hmm. So is this meant to be a very concrete question? Like, no. Okay.
I mean, I'm interested because a lot of times I'll think to myself, I'll talk to my friends that are executives at these companies. We'll dream together about 5 and 50 years out. And then we'll kind of be like, well, if you know somebody that can help us do that, or if I find somebody, we'll tell each other. But we aren't quite sure where to go because it's not like that's something that is that clear on who to reach out to, who to talk to, who to strategize with, who to hire as a consultant, how to invest R&D money into this type of effort. Should it be done in-house? Is there a resource outside of the corporation that will provide greater output, like by going to a consultant with AWS?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, I would say reach out to me. Of course, my team of about a dozen, we're a dozen person team at this point, and growing and happy to help, these kinds of conversations. That said, I think a lot of people in the field are thinking more about strategy. One observation that I will make, you said, should people be looking in-house or should they be looking outside? A lot of times what I do when I go in and get to know business and who they've got and what these people are working on, they often have people in-house who know a lot or who have a real passion for the work and for conversational interfaces. So even if companies do go outside looking for a consultant like me, or there's a ton of consultancies out there, finding those in-house champions is really important, and because there probably are a handful of people within the business who know a lot or have some experiences, whether they're developers, whether they're user experience folks, whether they're product managers. So yeah.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Well, as you said, we could probably talk for a couple hours. I have lots of questions. I'll never run out of questions. I want to learn. And I'm very passionate about this industry. Any final thoughts for you? Any final thoughts you'd like to share with folks that are listening?
Yeah, folks that are listening, I would encourage everyone to, I think the big question that a lot of people are kind of chewing on in this field is like, how do we make these more human, these interactions more human? Should that even be the benchmark? And I think that at the core of the tension between those two questions is that as an industry, maybe we haven't really mapped out what human characteristics are useful in these interfaces and which ones aren't, and under what circumstances. You know, it's a very nuanced question, like what's great about humans and what about that set of things should we be trying to have our algorithms replicate? So spending time thinking about what makes us human and what are our best traits that we can carry into the work, I think is something I would encourage everyone to think about.
Well, thank you so much, Rebecca, for joining me for this pre-event interview for Project Voice, which will be happening Monday, January 13th through Friday, January 17th in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It was once the Alexa conference, but it continues to grow and is now Project Voice, a leading event and conference for those involved in voice tech and AI. And Rebecca, we're very grateful to have you be a part of it. Thank you for taking your time to join me today. And I hope you have a Merry Christmas and a wonderful New Year. And I'll see you in Chattanooga in January.
Thanks. And thanks so much for having me. We'll see you soon.
Okay. Welcome to CES. Here we are. The Bellagio fountains are exploding to the right of me, and I am here with Erica, who is my friend from the Runway Innovation Hub inside of Twitter's headquarters. And Erica, what you and your team do for corporate and for enterprise is incredible. Can you just tell folks that are listening right now, who are you and what do you do? And then we'll talk a bit about CES.
Definitely. My name's Erica. I am an analyst on the corporate innovation strategy team. So basically what we do is we help corporates identify startups in either San Francisco or all throughout the US, either for strategic purposes or investment purposes, and kind of serve as the matchmaker.
Okay, and at CES, what is the primary objective for you and the team?
So we have a ton. I would say for me personally, I'm looking at startups to scout for. So for our corporates that are interested in identifying startups in a bunch of different verticals, looking at those verticals of their interest and kind of getting those contacts, hopefully getting some meetings with them, and then being able to make some introductions based off of that.
Wonderful. Well, I imagine that there's a lot of startups here that the big corporates would be excited to connect with and be able to collaborate on innovation. There's lots of opportunity there. And so I am expectant that you'll be very successful. And here we are. It's also beautiful. There's so many people here. Have you been to CES before?
No, this is my first time.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun.
I'm so excited.
It's gonna be so fun. I come often. So, well, we could talk forever. We could just sit down and just talk forever, but we're done. That's it. I just want to give you a little taste of what Erica does at Runway. If you are a startup doing amazing, innovative things and want to connect with corporates, this is the gal to speak with. And so find her, and she would be happy to get to know you and see if it's a good fit.
Definitely. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm here with my friend Ashwin from Google, and we're so happy to have this big Google Assistant Day. All these rooms are full, up to 10 sessions at any given time, sessions back to back to back to back. The ballroom's energy is high, and I thought it'd be nice just for you to say hello to the Project Voice audience and let them know kind of what we're doing here with Google Assistant today.
Perfect. Hello, Project Voice. It's great to be part of the community, right? Yeah. Look, this is the first time you're here.
That's right.
At Project Voice. It's Google Assistant Day.
Yep.
And yesterday was Amazon Alexa Day. But it's really nice to see the energy in the community. Yeah. Like the ecosystem is thriving. There's a lot more that's going to happen. It's very early on in the space, but it's great to see all of the participants here. Everybody's excited about voice, which is a good thing, right?
Absolutely.
It's great conversations, great content. As you said, the rooms are full. We're going to also sponsor the awards gala.
That's right, the gala.
We were debating for about 5 minutes on it. Is it a gala, is it a gala, or is it a gala?
We're going to go
with gala. So we're sponsoring the awards gala as well. So please show up. There's an after party as well for folks. But
it's going to be a good thing.
It's really, really, really good to be in Chattanooga.
Yeah.
First time in Chattanooga.
That's right.
We're going to do a lot more of this. Project Voice has been tremendous. You guys have been great. We're excited to see this community, and we'll be doing a lot more of this. So thank you for having us here.
Well, we're so glad to have you.
Absolutely.
And I'm glad I could bring Ashwin to you for just a moment. Really, that's a big one. Congratulations. Google is camera shy.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, thanks.
Right,
we'll be back soon. Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I won't waste any time. I want to introduce you to one of the attendees who is with Voice First. We got to collaborate a bit, Chuck, so why don't you tell folks about, and you just look at me,
okay.
You're just joining in, you're not talking to them, you guys get to listen. Congratulations. Tell me, Chuck, about who you are and what you do.
So I'm actually I'm not in Voice, I'm a commercial real estate appraiser.
Yeah, that's what Pat mentioned.
I work out of the same co-working place as Pat, and we've talked a lot about Voice, and I've thought, how can I incorporate Voice for my business? So I kind of tagged along with Pat, and I also am passionate about storytelling. So I've got 2 young kids, and I've created a story that I've been telling them since they were, for the past 4 or 5 years. And so now I'm thinking, what if I could take that story and make it an interactive guide for kids? Yeah. So that's kind of why I'm here, is to figure out what it is it takes for me to do that.
That's awesome. How old are your kids?
My kids, 6 and 9.
Okay, yeah, real close. I have 2 boys, 7 and 10.
Oh, that's a good age.
Yeah, so we're right there with you.
Very fun.
So mine are 5th and 1st grade. So you 4th and kindergarten?
3rd in kindergarten.
Okay,
yeah.
Cool. So real estate, commercial side of real estate, you're part of the incubator, kind of the co-working accelerator that Pat Sweetman with Voice First is part of. You came to be part of the Voice First team, but also just to kind of explore, like, where do I go from here? Right. I've been doing this thing consistent, faithfully for more than 1,000 days, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm going into my 2nd 1,000-day mark. Like, where do I go for my kids, and for how else can this be leveraged? So what's the experience been like here so far?
I think it's been great. There's a lot of, coming up next, there's a thing on how to do voice skills for kids.
Yeah.
So
it's awesome.
It's perfect. It's
so fun.
Exactly what I need. It's like the things that I had hoped to learn, there's a different person that's here to teach it.
So if you have the ear of somebody in commercial real estate, let's say they are like you. They own a building, they're leasing something to a innovation hub of sorts. They see some voice tech innovation. The young people are like, you should come to Project Voice in 2021. They pop on this fall. They see a little interview with you. They're like, I'm a commercial real estate guy. Chuck's a commercial real estate guy. I want to go explore. What's the call to action, people? Why come and check this out, even if you're not a voice developer?
Well, it's because there's so many things around voice that it's like when social media came out, right? It's an emerging trend that you're going to have as a core element of your business promotion.
Yeah.
So that alone, and it's also, how can I build relationships?
Welcome to Project Voice. I'm here with my friend Daniel Hill. Daniel.
What's up? Hey, everybody. How's it going? Thank you for having me on.
I'm snapping.
Things are happening.
My face.
Things are happening right now.
This is the Voice Tech and AI event in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Last year, the Alexa conference, that's where we met.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was hundreds. Now, Project Voice, which includes Google Assistant,
a lot bigger.
And Microsoft
A lot more
Cortana,
people.
Samsung Bixby, and all the other voice companies that are here to present and speak and sponsor. And it is now Project Voice, and we're still working together. It's fun.
Awesome. It's been great.
Yes, we got to do a pre-event interview. We did it over Zoom. It was on YouTube, which was fun. Thanks for joining me for that.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about media.
Sure.
Tag, you're it.
That's one of the things that's great at conferences. If you see what everyone's posting, what everyone's sharing, and when you kind of can make a connection now, like, oh, I saw Ian posted this. Now I know what he looks like. Now I saw what session's he in. Hey, what did you learn in that session you were in today? Now I follow you. I see what you're posting about. That's super interesting to me. So that's kind of been one of the fun things at this conference is to see what people are posting and sharing about.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So as far as your talk yesterday, so how did that go? What was it like to kind of share, like, hey, here's what I'm learning.
Yeah.
I'm in the grind. Here's what's going on, and then interaction. Like, talk to me a bit about what the experience was like here.
Yeah, so for me, I wanted to talk a lot about the issues around discoverability and remembering that skills exist. I recently went to my mother-in-law's house, and she has a Post-it on her kitchen cabinet that says, Alexa, play my news. Alexa, do this. And it's so mind-boggling to me that in this voice-first world, she's still writing down the very simple commands to invoke what she wants. So I was talking about some of the challenges around that, but also the solutions, using email, using social media to remind people that your skill exists, offering them value through content so that they can continue to remember that you exist and access your skill. So that was really the focus of my talk yesterday. I think it's a challenging thing for developers to understand marketing, and like they're focused on building. Why should I have to do so? That's kind of a little bit challenging, but that's one of the things I'm talking a lot about.
Okay. And so how about coming out of this? So Project Voice 2021, like, what does the future of your engagement with the voice tech community look like? What are you excited about this upcoming year?
So I think it's going to be a lot of community. I want to see a lot more communities grow. There's one in New York when it comes to developers. There's one in New York when it comes to women in voice, but not really one that I think would appeal to people in the voice space who are making content like me. So that's one of the things I really want to help focus and build. And also in New Jersey, right? Like it's a separate area, close enough that we can go back and forth, but I think it's going to be all about community for the rest of 2020.
Okay. Now, how do you like to do community best? Is it face-to-face here? How do you augment that with interacting text, Instagram? So talk to me a bit about how you do community.
So what I like to do is meet people at events and conferences and say, hey, you're New York, I'm New York. New York people have to stick together. You're New Jersey, I'm New Jersey. We have to stick together and kind of riff off that and build off that. And whenever I see them, be like, hey, don't forget, we got to meet up when we're home. It doesn't just have to be here. And that really helps because when you're feeling like isolated and online is great, but to meet at a coffee shop for 45 minutes and like, hey, I'm working on this, even if it's not the same, it lets you know that other people are working on the same things you are in some respects.
Yeah, that's right. Final thoughts as we kind of wrap up our time chat, and like final thoughts for Voice Tech, Project Voice, the event, what you're working on, Daniel Hill Media, like give us some parting thoughts here as we wrap it up.
I think this is definitely very, very new. And I think this is going to be exponentially bigger and different in 5 years. And that's the thing I keep repeating to myself, like, this is Twitter in 2007. Like, this is, Facebook in 2007. And I think having that mentality puts it in perspective for where we are and why things aren't moving faster or moving differently or not the way we want. It's just because it's so new.
It is. It is new. Well, I'm glad that we've spent the last
year
hanging out in this new environment.
This has been great. This has been great.
I'm glad that you joined us. Thanks for your attention. This is Daniel Hill with Daniel Hill Media, and Daniel is a speaker. He is a consultant. He does media. He's here and has a cool flash briefing. That's the last thing. Tell us about your flash briefing, and then we'll wrap it up.
So I teach small business owners how to use Instagram. And if you subscribe to my Alexa skill, every morning you say, Alexa, tell me the news. And I give 3 minutes of Instagram news, features, things you didn't know about the platform, ways to get more followers. If you're starting from 0, I'll walk you through it right to 100, to 1,000, and keep the ball rolling. So that's really what I do. And that's a unique thing because nobody else is combining Alexa and Instagram as a way to give information on the platform.
Oh, too cool.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
I'll be back with more in just a moment.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm here with my friend Dave, who has Pound 250, which is a very logical approach to voice technology. And the first time I heard about it, I'm like, wow, this is a great solution for a major problem. So Dave and again, welcome, thank you for your attention, but we're not gonna talk at you. We're gonna have a conversation. I just wanted to welcome you, let you know, I know you're there. I see you. I'm grateful that you're here listening to us, but we're gonna talk and you can join in. So Dave, I know you, but still,
yes, sir.
Introduce yourself to me for their benefit. Let's talk about 250 for a moment.
Well, I'm Dave Robinette. My background is telecom, which is different from most of the developers and the tech giant folks here.
Right.
So I've got a different perspective than a lot of them.
Yeah.
So I'm here with one message, and it's all about universal voice access.
Yeah. And right now, Pound 250 is a ability to access things like Alexa skills through the telephone, and it's US and Canada.
Right. So far, US and Canada. We're working on the UK right now.
So like one really cool case study is like what you've done with Chipotle. So maybe you could share Chipotle as an example, or maybe there's another case that you think like if people understood how using their telephone while driving their car instead of dialing a number or pulling up an app, opening it, and just that simple process. Talk a bit about that.
Well, again, my background was 18 years at Sprint, and I was in market research where we're studying customer behavior, right? And barriers to get our customers to do certain things, like make more long distance calls or buy our cell phone plan. My message here is about reach, and we know that only 1 in 4 households, it's growing rapidly, but only 1 in 4 households actually owns a smart speaker. And let's say 2/3 of those are Echoes. And the rest being mostly Google HomePod. So, from a marketing point of view, maybe it's me, but I think 4 out of 4 households is better than 1 out of 4 households in terms of potential user base.
Right.
Now, it turns out Amazon and Google don't think they need me. They think they're doing just fine. But okay, so now I'm talking to the skill developer. So the content owner, whether it's Mayo Clinic or these folks I just talked to with the dental student skill.
Right.
A bigger audience is always going to be better.
Right.
Whether that's just to get your content out to the world or to create potential transactions. So you mentioned the Chipotle. Chipotle has announced they're going to be able to take orders by automated voice, intelligent voice, at any of their 2,800 stores. I thought they said by the end of last year, but I don't think they fully rolled it out yet. Now, one problem remains for Chipotle. You first have to look up the phone number of the location where you want to pick your order up.
Right.
So in my head, if you have to go to Google first to look up a phone number, you've defeated the purpose of voice first, hands free. Because generally people are going to use their Google app and they have to use their GUI to access that phone number and choose, well, which location of the 5 that it shows me is the right one, et cetera, et cetera. So, and I've only done this on a demo basis.
Yeah.
But if you dial pound 250 and say Chipotle Mexican Grill, for now that just routes you to a single location. Happens to be in Atlanta. So it'll say, hello, you've reached the Buckhead location.
Right.
Did you know I can take your order now?
Yeah.
What would you like today? And you can say burrito bowl, and it'll say, what kind of protein? And you say chicken. It says, do you want brown or white rice? And so it takes you, and then it goes to the next menu item. Oh, do you want any sides with that? Yes, chips and guac. What kind of salsa, etc. So then it'll recap your order, and you verify it. It'll say, now we can't have that ready until 5:30 today. Is that okay? You say yes. So once you confirm all that, it says, okay, now tell me your name and spell it. And after you do that, it'll ask you to read your credit card number.
Right.
And I'm assuming that they will offer you the ability to store your credit card number for the next time.
Right.
You could use any mobile wallet, but that's how it works now. And so that's pretty good. And their system is amazingly good. Now you can break it if you try.
Sure.
But on the whole, it works pretty good. You can ask questions about the menu items, or you can say, well, what are my choices? And it'll read you the choices. But they've got this remaining point of friction is, I have to know the number of the location I want. So that's something that we can solve.
Right.
So I haven't implemented it yet, but eventually, since we're the telecom guys, right, we could route the call to the nearest Chipotle.
Right. Just based on location.
Based on location, or worst case, we may have to ask a couple of questions. So do you want the one on Broadway or 51st Street?
Right.
Right, because it's a voice phone call. We're not necessarily accessing GPS like a mobile app would, but the plus side is that anybody can do it.
Now, does Pound 250 work in Puerto Rico?
Well, I think Pound 250 probably works.
It's a U.S. territory.
Yeah, to the extent that AT&T and Sprint are operating there.
Yeah, AT&T is the primary carrier, and Sprint
there's some places like that where Sprint and T-Mobile do not even try to have customers. But if AT&T is there, Pound 250
is predominant. Sprint works there.
Yeah.
I'm just worried because we moved our company to Puerto Rico, Attention Live, and in moving there, we're building and scaling a technology company that's a voice tech company. And there's lots of reasons why we're there. Tax benefits being a primary one, right? 4% corporate tax is a wonderful thing.
You can send all your money off to Barbados more easily that way.
We're going to reinvest our money into our company regardless of where we're at. But
I didn't say that.
But it's nice to have some flexibility. Plus, Puerto Ricans are, for the most part, highly educated and underemployed. And I like the opportunity of bringing opportunity to them.
Yeah.
Something that is consistent, though, because they are underemployed, they don't have a lot of disposable income. And so it would be a stretch for somebody in Puerto Rico, just by and large, when they're spending less than $500 a month on rent and a meal's, sub $5. Like, it's a different financial environment. So to spend 50 or hundreds of dollars on voice devices might be difficult for just the average person to say, yeah, I'm going to spend an extra $200 on that.
That's right.
But they all have a cell phone.
That's right.
And it is intriguing and compelling that in a place like Puerto Rico, where maybe they are highly educated, they speak fluent English, fluent Spanish, right? Everybody there seems to speak both languages fluently. They have a cell phone. They would like to interact with tech with their voice, and they can access. Now, through Pound 250, can they access all Alexa skills, all Google Assistant actions? Is it just specific to your clients?
Well,
help me
it's
understand
specific to the client. So the client would have to build that telephone interface.
Okay.
But my new news at the conference this year, which I'll talk about in a second.
Yeah.
But first I wanted to reiterate what you were saying on the accessibility. And somebody mentioned that, it was Kathy Pearl at Google, mentioned their project in India, where there's still a large percentage of the population who only have a flip phone or a feature phone, right? So no smartphone, therefore no app.
Right.
Let alone a smart speaker in their home, right? And I've heard of the same thing happening in Colombia. It's feature phone access to Google Assistant.
Right.
So the other thing Kathy said was accessibility and inclusion. So inclusion is mostly talking about disabled or sensory challenged people or whatever, and that's why voice is so good for like blind people, et cetera.
Yes.
So I'm all about that. So that's the benefit of inclusion. And I'm looking at things from a marketing point of view, just pure reach and more opportunity.
Right.
But on the human side of things, that's the inclusion part.
Right.
Let's include people and don't make technology and the dollars it requires to own the technology a barrier.
That's right. That's right. Well, that's very exciting. I mean, I think for us at our company, Attention Live, our big drive and ambition is what YouTube's done for video, what Twitter's done for text, we want to do for audio. And so we'd love to have 4 billion people on our platform, half the world. When I think about the half of the world that I want to serve most, it's the 4 billion that make less than $2.50 a day. It's the 2 billion that don't even have internet access. But you know what's common amongst those 4 billion people? Somebody they know has a cell phone.
Yeah.
Now,
that's right.
Do they have access to the voice tech in their language, even if they had an internet and device? Maybe not. Are they articulate? Can they read and write? Maybe not. But are they creative? And do they have value? And can they provide value to the global world? Can they teach the global world how they cook, how they garden, how they raise kids, how they hunt? Like, the most tribal of people still have incredible things to share. Can they talk about their ancestors? Can they talk about their vision? Can they collaborate? Now, in the future, most likely Musk or Bezos or Zuckerberg, they'll put enough satellites in the air. Internet's basically free at that point. You got Microsoft, Apple, Samsung. Somebody's going to send a fingernail or a ring or a watch or a contact lens or a pair of glasses that will be the hardware to connect. And at that point, in 5 or 15 years, the world will have a chance to interact with tech. But it seems to me, if somebody had a passion for that group of people, they could work with you and your tech and actually provide an application through their telephone. Now, do you do custom partnerships? Like, let's say that Google came to you and said, hey, we would like to test out Pound 250 in India. What's those type of conversations? Are you looking to have conversations with brands, either the major well-known brands or others, agencies and whatnot,
well,
about
absolutely.
collaboration?
So I have no relationship with Chipotle. All I did was route the call to one of their locations that I knew had implemented the order by voice system.
Right.
That's just a demo. But due to my appearance at Voice in the Car Summit with you in San
remember the interview very well.
Somebody actually saw my speech, a guy with voice technology in the UK, Capito.ai, and one of the niches he was focused on was restaurant order by voice.
Wow.
And so, here's the new news for this year.
Yeah.
Last year when we were here, I went around asking people, hey, can Alexa take a phone call? Or Google Home? And the answer was kind of no.
Okay.
Yes, through a bunch of laborious development using Google Dialogflow or Amazon Lex, but it was just not an easy thing.
Right.
So since then I've learned, and the funny story, Bradley Metrock says, I told him I had this idea of just, buying a bunch of Echoes and put them in a warehouse connected to a phone line, and and Bradley said, you should do that. Well, guess what? I went out and tried it.
Yeah.
And it didn't work so well. The reason being that the phone system strips down the audio quality to send it over the phone lines, whereas their multi-directional speakers that are embedded in the Echo are just higher quality.
Right.
So it just didn't work so well. It was not production quality. But I learned that there is a way.
Right.
And this is why the audience will be interested in this. There's an existing technology called WebSockets. And it's usually for websites to, connect to remote servers. But it turns out, and only through a couple of providers, you have to start with a telephony system that supports WebSockets. And one that does is Nexmo. Nexmo is a competitor to Twilio.
Right.
And I think Twilio supports it too, but I've been told that the WebSockets documentation on Nexmo is much better. So a phone call comes into the Nexmo telephony platform, one that we routed to them, let's say. The WebSockets does a handshake with the external voice application server, creates basically a pipe that all this audio gets streamed through.
Yeah.
It starts to chop up the audio of my voice immediately in real time and sends it down the pipe.
Right.
And it's what we call full duplex. It's bidirectional.
Right.
So the server might be feeding the audio back in reaction to what I said, and I might interrupt it with my correction. Oh, I didn't mean pork. I meant chicken.
Right.
But so it won't. It'll work. Depending on the quality. Now my partner Capito, they receive the audio. And then they actually run it through a regular old speech-to-text engine, whether it's Alexa or Google or Watson. They're agnostic in that sense. But the interesting thing is that they take that initial transcription, which we all know can be full of errors, but they bounce that transcription against their semantic model that is particular to, let's say, the Chinese menu that they're trying to support. And so it can reinterpret the phonemes, or the syllables that the transcription had versus what is it expecting to hear about this Chinese menu.
Right.
And so it does a correction of the transcription, and then it processes it how it normally would. Okay, I understood what you want for your entree. Now I'm going to ask you for your side or your drink, etc.
Right.
So it's really good.
Yeah.
And guess what? It cost me $2,500 to pay a developer to create this Nexmo WebSockets connection to Tony's voice application server in the UK. Now, he's my partner only in cases where I need to provide a total solution. But of course, I'm also going to be agnostic in terms of who my voice partner is.
Right. Yeah.
But to your earlier question, yes, it would have to be set up. If you dial pound 250, say the brand name, we would all have to decide what happens there. We'd have to collaborate to make that WebSockets connection with the voice server, because it's got to accommodate that conversation with the WebSockets.
Well, I hope that folks think through how they can use your technology for the least of these, because it's about half the world. It's really crazy.
Well,
let me ask you this, Dave. final parting thoughts. What's the call to action? Somebody's watching live, if they are. Thanks for your attention. We appreciate it. They're watching the archive. They're watching a clip. What do you want people to do? They find out about pound 250 for the first time, or have they seen you at the last 5 voice conferences, but they've never actually done anything about it? What's the call to action? And you can just tell the camera right there.
Sure.
Here it comes. Here comes Dave with what you should do.
Hey, since I know you can't remember a phone number or even a website, I'll just give you the easy version. Dial pound 250 on your mobile phone and say, get more calls. That'll route to our offices, and you'll get our website link in return.
Yeah.
If you want to talk to me, dial pound 250 and say Dave Robinette.
That is so easy. You've simplified the ability for communications.
Oh, and try the voice demo, dial pound 250 and say Chipotle Mexican Grill, and you'll see how you can really talk to an intelligent voice agent.
It's awesome. We'll be back with more soon. Thanks for your attention. Glad you joined us.
Hey everyone, my name is Tyler Steinke from Runway Innovation Hub, and we are here at CES in Las Vegas 2020 outside the Bellagio Fountains. I have the honor today to be joined by Ian. Ian, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're working on?
My name is Ian Utile. I, amongst many things, am the CEO of attn.live. My company, this one and past companies, have functioned inside of your Runway Innovation Hub. Super grateful for what you and your team do. And I'm here at CES to help co-produce the live stream for a big event happening called Voice Summit on Wednesday. It's an all-day event. Google's the main sponsor. We have speakers from every major voice tech company, and that's a big thing that drew me here. I also came to spend time with you and your team, as well as some other companies that I hope to forge strategic partnerships with.
For sure. And you talk about this voice tech and this voice tech track. What is it that excites you about voice technology here at CES 2020?
Yeah, well, I think that it's maturing, right? So voice technology has gotten to where if you don't have an education, if you don't speak and write, so if you don't speak a major language, if you can't read and write, because of voice technology, a human being, these are the 4 billion people that make less than $2.50 a day around the world, that half of the world will have a chance to actually interact with technology for the first time as soon as they have access to something as simple as an Amazon Alexa speaker, a Google Assistant, HomePod, or internet connection, right, of course. And so to me, it is the great thing that will unlock abundance in humanity. And so we've worked on a really fun software development for that. And I imagine I'll be talking about that all week.
Oh, wow, that's really awesome.
Fun.
For those who haven't been to CES before, describe the environment, describe the energy. What are they missing out on this week?
Well, you know, I think that you should come and find out for yourself. I've been here, you know, at least a handful of times last decade, and this is where a lot of my friends will come, and it's a great way to meet up with people, meet new people, and get deals done. We don't want to keep you forever, so thank you for your attention, and we will talk with you again soon. Yo, don't mind I cut it off.
No?
Welcome to Project Voice. I am here with my friend Deborah, and you and your team are doing some really cool things with us
so much.
On Twitter. You're doing some really cool things at the Print Media Center. You have one of the funnest logos I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
I want to know more about you.
Okay.
So just tell me a bit about yourself, and they can listen and join us in. I'm so glad you're here with us. I'm so glad you're here with us, but it's our time. So tell me about yourself and what you do.
Hello, Voiceaverse.
That's right, Voiceaverse. I like that.
I'm Deborah Korn, the intergalactic ambassador to the Printerverse.
Yes.
I am here with this weird intersection of print marketing brain in a voice first technology, and how these two things can actually, or will they actually intersect, and where are the opportunities. And what I'm learning is there are very interesting things going on here underlying. Now, I'm not a technical person, I'm not a voice person, so I'm listening with different ears. And what I'm hearing, one of the most amazing underlying tones at this event, I believe, is that everybody has learned user first. User first. If you try to invent a voice technology and think you can get someone to call something because you want them to, because that's the word you spent $100,000 programming it to recognize, that is a bad strategy. And it seems like all these people have walked themselves back from that and say, get a bunch of people in the room, stand there and say, I'm a device, ask me to do something, and just learn how they're doing that. The other thing is that there is a real gap in consumers, customers, clients, whatever you might want to call that person activating that voice technology, awareness that it even exists, what it can do, what it can actually help them with. People are certainly aware of the voice-first technologies on their phones, the series of Google Assistants in their houses with Google Nest and with the Amazon Alexas. But there are partners here in the World Fair who are saying, I can walk into Bloomingdale's and Bloomingdale's is going to help me find the shoes, or I can go to the grocery store and it's going to understand, make recommendations for me. And I think there is an opportunity for where these things will eventually collide. It's very interesting.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, it really is.
So with print stuff, like you're here to connect with the community. You're here to help us with social media. We're so grateful to have you and your team here to do that. But your world's print. Print Media Center.
Print marketing,
Print marketing, strategy, design, ideation, creative ways of getting and keeping people's attention, doing a call to action, making them actually do something about it. And print has changed a lot in the last several years, right? You have the low-end Vistaprints of the world. You have still automated, but the higher end experience, or price point at least, of Moos of the world. And then you have all the different print strategy companies, design companies, marketing companies, folks like yourself. And you came to be a part of this community. So if people find out at Print Media Center for the first time, and they see your card, like, I've never seen such an awesome card, or logo, or approach, or wording, and you go, like, I want a little bit of this energy in my life and business. Like, tell me about people engaging with Print Media Center and yourself in that way.
I think that where we really come in is that we're regular people, and there's always a corporate message to be told, but I try to stay away from that corporate message. And because there are multiple channels for any company to get a corporate message out there, whether it's a press release or a trade interview or something like that. Where I like to focus is, I always say I provide printspiration for the people. So what I would say is the best way to engage with me is, I want to tell the stories of the people, your customers who are using it, and how they have benefited from it, or some of the obstacles that they've overcome to help other people adopt that technology. You know, what did Bloomingdale's find out? You know, was people giving you the right information about the shoes but the wrong size? You know, there's a certain word that they need to know. What is the learning curve? And I'm especially interested now, when I was walking through the World Series of vendors inside, I was specifically asking everybody, how are they educating people about their technology? And it seems to be a big hurdle at the moment. And, you know, it's interesting because, you know, there are right brain people and left brain people, and there's a lot of math people around here. And math people with vision, which is who rules the world. You know, the geeks are ruling the world. But without those marketing people, without those, you know, there's something missing, which is the other weird thing. Monetizing, like Karis, my colleague Karis Kopp is here, and we had a really interesting discussion last night. Like, we're just waiting for the hammer to fall. Because social media was all fun and nice and relaxing when it first came out, and then
it got real cutthroat.
Then the marketing people got hold of it. So what happens when I ask a device for something and now it's making recommendations based upon who's paying it to make recommendations? Like, I don't know if that's coming or not. Amazon is certainly not monetizing in that way, at least that we know. Amazon has been here and they said in a statement, we are not listening to you, although it's a rumor that we are. We don't need to. People talk to these devices enough that we can gather enough information.
Right.
But that's the point.
Right.
They are gathering the information. They're just not doing anything with it yet.
Right.
So when they do, what is it going to be? And Karis made a great point that you're so in that ecosystem already. That's when you start saying to yourself, well, it's worth the convenience of me for them to know where I am,
That's right.
or what I'm doing or what I'm buying and things like that. So I think it's really still an innocent space in a lot of ways. You have to prompt it at the moment. I did a podcast with Bradley, and he actually said where it's eventually going is Alexa will start telling you things. Whether you ask her to or not, she might just start talking to you about an opportunity that might come up. So it's innocent in that way, and it's also kind of unique in that way too, because Google has it in 1 billion phones, and nobody has figured out really how it works and how to market it and what the far reaches of it, especially with e-commerce and all those other things. I mean, you're not Apple. Apple several years ago said there will be no more computers, and everyone was like, what is Apple lost their minds? And then they keep coming out with better and better iPads, to kind of replace the laptop. But this is, I never need a computer again. I mean, from the Mercedes car in there that can, it doesn't just help you with vehicle stuff. The woman actually asked it for the president of Nigeria, and she helped. Yeah, so it's just been really fascinating. I'm sorry that I've been going on a bit, but
You are easy to listen to.
Thank you, sir.
Isn't she?
Yay.
I'm glad you joined us. I'll be back with another interview. We could go on and on forever, but that's all you get for now. That's it. Deborah, thank you for joining me.
Thank you so much. Printmediacenter.com, spelled funny.
Spelled funny. Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is the super conference for voice tech and AI, and I'm here with one of the speakers that is doing some incredible things on both the professional corporate level, but also personal branding. Gary Vaynerchuk wrote about you in Crushing It, his new yellow book that was most recent. You're doing awesome stuff with TikTok, which is really unique. I'm wearing these Snapchat spectacles, so from time to time I'll be videotaping you. And there's video cameras everywhere capturing this moment, but please introduce yourself and what you do.
My name is Chitra Durgam. I'm a private practice dentist in North Bergen, New Jersey, and we rely heavily on social media as well as trying to incorporate voice within the office to try to improve efficiency, become more relatable with our patients, and also develop a brand where people are wanting to come to us as opposed to trying to overcome the fears that people have about going to the dentist.
Yeah, and so what type of fears are you able to overcome through modern media that were not as easy to overcome either in a face-to-face talk or a postcard or something of that nature?
Exactly. I mean, one of the huge part about being a dentist is that we're part of a profession that's one of the hated professions of our country. Right. And trying to, first of all, overcome like the stereotypes. Whenever you see a movie and they have a bad character in it, it's always a dentist. You know, like we have this just general problem that we have to overcome.
That's right.
And so when I was looking at that, I thought to myself, how are we going to overcome just the general message so that I can show myself and differentiate myself from everybody else as a dentist who wants to be relatable, who is empathetic to what the patient's concerns are, and wants to be a partner with them in their healthcare as opposed to anything else. And so that's where I found that social media could be extremely helpful. So now not only am I relating to them, I'm giving information, I'm doing it in an entertaining way, I'm also informing them about things that they may not have known about, and I'm bringing attention into things in a way that makes it so that people are reconsidering their visits going to the dentist. And it gets to a point, even like, let's say on TikTok, where kids are asking to come to see us, as opposed to before when their parents would have to drag them to go.
Wow. And so what's it like for you to communicate to a younger audience compared to an older audience?
Right.
A young adult compared to the parent that's paying for the bill?
Right. That's an excellent question. I think obviously every platform has its own audience. So
Right.
something that may do well on TikTok may not do well on Facebook. And so first of all, I always suggest, if anyone asks me about, what I suggest, I say really understand the platforms really well, first of all. Spend a week just watching other
Right.
people's videos and what they've done native to the platform. And then once you've been able to do that, try to figure out how you can incorporate your brand in a message so that it speaks to that audience. And then what I've found is, for instance, with children, we have also see children in our office. So what can we do to speak to them? Well, we can make it so that it's a fun experience in our office. We can
Yeah.
talk about how it's entertaining. We can talk to them in their language by doing TikToks.
Right.
And that essentially goes to almost like, on cereal, on the front of any cereal box, you'll see like they put like different characters.
Right.
We were trying to do that for dentistry. We wanted to make it the Walt Disney experience when
Wow.
they came into our office.
Yeah.
And by doing that, now they're going to go onto social media. They're going to show their friends the TikToks that we've done. And then that's going to push to the parents. In terms of the parents, we have to talk to them in a different language. We're going
Right.
to talk to them how we're convenient,
Right.
that we're available in the evening, how we differentiate ourselves in terms of how clean our office is and what we're trying to do that's different than everyone else. We have
Yeah.
Netflix in our office that
Right.
patients can watch during their treatment. And so all of these things is more about differentiation, how we're going to help them save time,
Yes.
how we're going to help them so their whole family can come to our office,
Mm.
not just one or two individuals, and how we have all the specialists in one place so they
Right.
don't have to go somewhere else.
Wow.
So we're speaking the different languages to the different audiences based on the platform. So there's a lot
Yeah.
of things to think about.
That makes sense. Now, being here at Project Voice,
Yeah.
Google Assistant is a sponsor, Samsung Bixby, you have Microsoft
Right.
Cortana, Amazon Alexa, we have a huge World Fair Expo Hall. There's up to 10 sessions at any given time in different rooms.
Right.
Like, this is a big environment.
Right.
So in this environment, you've come as a speaker. So what's this been like as a speaker for you to be here?
It's amazing. I'm truly honored to actually be amongst all these intelligent people who have such interesting backgrounds and have a great message as to how we can use voice going forward.
Right.
And I'm just trying to also bring a lot of value to other people as much as possible, what
Right.
I can find that they may need and how I can help them. And I feel like it's a collaborative effort here,
Right.
which is really different than many other conferences that I've been to. And I'm really impressed by it.
Oh, that's so
everything.
wonderful. Well, we're
Mhm.
so glad to have you here.
Thank you.
If somebody's tuning in, they see a clip of our conversation
Right.
on your TikTok account or on the Project Voice Twitter account, and they want to lean in, get to know you, get to know either you as a dentist or you as a content creator or a personal
Sure.
brand, or maybe they want to have you as a speaker,
Right.
for their next TEDx conference or whatever it may
That'd be
be.
amazing.
Wouldn't it be?
Yes.
TEDx people, are you listening? Okay. This is a no-brainer right here. How do they get a hold of you?
So I'm on all the social media platforms as DRDURGAM, which is Dr. Durgam. And I'm also on Facebook with our office page, which is New Jersey Dentist. And they can reach me on my email, cdurgam@adentalonline.com.
Yeah.
And we're also developing a voice skill for our office where we're developing like post-care instructions and helping with inventory within the office and inter-office communication. So eventually we'll have that available and it'll be, there for people who are interested in the voice community to get in touch with us.
That's wonderful. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Ian.
Yeah, I'm glad you could join us. And we'll be back with another interview in just a moment. And for those on Facebook, I know the microphone's over here. So amazing, right?
Thank
What a
you.
doctor.
You're amazing.
I got graced. I got to hang out with her. You get her all the time. I need to put notifications on for when this type of thing happens. Welcome to Project Voice. I'm here with my friend Nick from Drive Time. Waste no time with an introduction from my end. This is the big voice tech event happening in Chattanooga, Tennessee right now. We met at the Voice of the Car Summit, NASDAQ in San Francisco. Update me, what's happening with Drive Time right now?
Yeah, it's been an exciting year. I think the last time we met was in April.
That's right.
March, April time of this last year. So just under a year in. We've had some pretty exciting developments. We partnered with Sony on Jeopardy. So we brought Alex Trebek with his real voice, real Jeopardy content, right into the car for the first time for drivers to play while they're driving. So you can now play Jeopardy while you drive, which is pretty awesome.
That's pretty awesome.
We launched a whole bunch of new channels. We we launched the interactive story category.
Okay.
We call it Story Time.
Yes.
So we have a whole bunch of kind of choose your own adventure type experiences where we got branching narrative. You make choices. Those choices take you in different directions.
Yes.
So we did that. We have a channel called Tune Time, which is kind of a name that song thing. So just a lot of really exciting developments in the app. And I think we were right about on the verge of launching our subscription offering.
You talked about it.
That's right.
It wasn't live.
Wasn't live. So so that went live, and it's been just really amazing. The reception we've gotten from the community has been awesome. People really kind of responding to like, oh, I finally have something to do while I drive, and it's safe and it's context appropriate. So we've been really happy with the response.
That's great. People use Drive Time. What's their response to your team? I mean, are people telling you, hey, this is what I'm experiencing? Do they email you? Do they go into your QA chat? Like, how are you getting feedback from your customers so you can better serve the upcoming prospects that are going to end up using your device soon?
Well, what other way other than through voice, of course.
Yes.
I feel like it teed that one up for me there a little bit. But no, that's awesome. It's awesome that we're getting this feedback literally through the voice of our customers. So at the end of each show, each trivia show, it's about half an hour each day, Monday through Friday. At the end of each show, we have a question of the day that we ask to the community. So anybody who's gotten there, which is about 75% of our users, so most of our players are getting through the show, we ask them a question like, hey, if we had a quiz on the Oscars, like, hey, who's your favorite celebrity, who's your favorite actor, who was snubbed this year, or whatever, right? That question. And just a simple, easy, kind of lightweight question that we throw out there. And sometimes we use that to also ask questions about, hey, how can we make the product better, right? So we're getting community feedback that way through their voices, and we then pipe that speech to text into Slack, our messaging service, and we basically have a real-time feed of what everybody's saying and thinking about our product, our show, every single day. So that's a really wonderful way to tap in to that kind of community feedback in real time.
As an executive in the technology sphere, that has not been made available to you or peers before, right? Like building mobile apps, building progressive web apps on desktop computers, or email campaigns. I mean, text message, like social media, like you don't get an immediate response. You can read comments.
That's right.
But this is a very unique opportunity. When you speak with another CEO, how are you explaining the power of this? And is this approach something that you think others should be using as well?
Absolutely. I mean, there is literally an entire business right here. Like we call this feature player talkback. So, they're talking back to us. Very simple. And it was kind of one of those throwaway features we put out there and didn't really expect it to do much, but realized like, oh my God, this is such a powerful tool to tap into people in real time. It's such a low friction type feedback mechanism, right? Like otherwise, normally when you're looking for feedback from your customers, you're either doing surveys, you're emailing them, they have to fill in things like this will only take you 10 minutes. Right? It never takes 10 minutes, right? It always takes a lot longer. And typically people who are writing in have something negative to say, which is valuable, but you don't also hear about all the people who are enjoying themselves. So voice-based feedback for any product, whether it's a game like ours or a service or a website or anything like that, it's such a wonderful low-friction way to get really immediate, really honest, really raw feedback, both positive and negative, all in real time.
I imagine the positive percentage goes way up with you because you are making it so easy to give feedback, and giving feedback is traditionally so difficult. You go to the feedback thing, then you press a button. Then you have to write something. Then you got to press another button. So right there, that's a lot going on. And so you guys really remove that friction. So pretty cool what you do. I'm glad to see that you're still thriving. It'll be fun to see, hopefully, your involvement at the Voice of the Car Summit coming up this year in April. It's going to be Sunnyvale this time. Mercedes is a big presenting sponsor for us this time. So thanks for joining me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
For all of you there, thanks for your attention. I'm glad you found us. I'll be back with more at Project Voice soon.
here at Project Voice with Dr. Neil Desai, running MedFlash Go, Dental Flash Go, Happy Doc Podcast collaborator. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Pat.
So we were talking earlier about your mission. You got started with a very unique, holistic approach, trying to solve a problem with your son. Would you mind talking about that a little bit, of how you first got interested and started promoting your message?
Sure. So my son has a rare genetic condition called osteogenesis imperfecta, OI for short. It means that he has brittle bones with minimal, and that causes his bones to fracture with minimal to no trauma. One of the things that I'm a family physician, so one of my missions is, it's such a rare condition, has been advocating for this community. So it's been to educate the general medical public through using modern day technology like social media, digital spaces. I've self-published a book. And then now another thing for him, because of his disability, is talking about on the podcast, as well as evolving into this voice space by educating medical students, but eventually also evolving into this voice space for this disability community as well.
Yes, and now you've been focusing on the voice space with your newer products. You've been working with Happy Doc Podcast that has a flash briefing. You've been working on MedFlash Go, which is a full Alexa skill. And then now you guys are also working on Dental Flash Go as well with a couple other collaborators.
Yes.
Can you talk about what your mission is with these kind of voice-based platforms?
Sure. So what we want to do is we basically want to revolutionize medical education and healthcare education for the 21st century by allowing students to save time, money and stress because their time is limited. They're under a lot of debt, a lot of pressure. So what we want to do is kind of reshape that whole paradigm for how students learn, and in reshaping future healthcare professionals, I feel like we can address with our Happy Doc mission to make people reduce burnout and have people be more happier, healthier, fulfilled, and more excited and energized in serving their communities. And that way, the communities will be more appreciative, patients will be healthier, and I think everyone wins. We all win doing that.
You're helping the professionals that are high stress, but they're also putting a lot back, and they're giving back all the time. And you're trying to help them in the ways solving the problems that they're facing in terms of stress, depression, getting burned out. If people want to learn more about MedFlash Go or want to follow more about the story that you guys are doing, can they try the Alexa skill right now, or what's the best way for them to start following what you guys are doing with voice?
Right. So for right now, the MedFlash Go is live on Alexa, so they can just enable the MedFlash Go on Alexa.
Yep. And if they wanted to launch it, they would say,
enable MedFlash Go.
Alexa, enable MedFlash Go.
Yes.
And then if they want to follow you in particular, Dr. Neil Desai, what's the best way for them to follow you?
So you can follow us at MedFlash Go, at Happy Doc Podcast on all social platforms.
You heard it here. Dr. Neil Desai, Happy Doc Podcast, MedFlash Go, Dental Flash Go. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Pat.
What's up, world? Welcome to Project Voice again. We with Dr. Voice right here, AKA Terry Fisher, but he is really Dr. Voice. Dr. Voice, tell the world about you and what's going on here.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I'm a physician. I come from Vancouver, BC, Canada. I'm a physician, full-time physician during the day, voice enthusiast during the night. I started off getting into voice about 2 years ago. I was looking for some resources specifically for Canadians to learn what to do, how do you use Alexa. I couldn't find anything out there.
Wow.
So I started by creating the Alexa in Canada podcast and blog. Took off. People started asking me, well, you're a doctor. What's the deal? So I created another podcast and blog, Voice First Health. And so between those two, I cover the consumer aspect of using Alexa in Canada, and I cover the intersection of voice technology and healthcare with the other website.
That's amazing. Now, are you still a doctor?
I'm still a doctor. I'm practicing full-time. This all started as a passion project, and it continues to be a passion project, and this is my hobby.
That's amazing.
And so I've created a number of resources and so on.
So in Project Voice, what you've been speaking out here, what have you been educating the public here at Project Voice?
So I started off pre-conference, day 0, I guess, with basically a boot camp. Boot camp, that'd be fun.
A boot camp will be something that we can come up with.
There we go. A boot camp in a booth, in a telephone booth. Basically, it's how to get started with voice technology and healthcare.
That's amazing.
The next day I was part of a panel, voice technology and healthcare. And my other big passion is flash briefings. So the cousin of podcasts, and it's a huge opportunity now. So I was up there talking about flash briefings. Due to the support of my community, I'm very humbled to say I have the #1 flash briefing in Canada.
Wow.
And I've created a lot of resources to help people get started, some courses and so on.
So we talked about flash briefing. Just in a few seconds, tell people how to get involved with flash briefing, because that's also new, also in the voice world.
Content, it's incredible. If you just look at the numbers, podcasts, there's about 700,000 of them right now out there. Flash briefings, 12,000. There's 60 podcasts for every one flash briefing right now.
Wow.
So it's white space. If you want to become a thought leader, if you want to take advantage of this opportunity, I'm saying it's like 2020 vision, 2020 voice. Here's your opportunity.
They need to jump in it.
Get in there. So flash briefings, they're like mini podcasts. You subscribe to them on Amazon Alexa. You get a personalized feed, and it's a way for you to develop this really intimate relationship with your audience. Typically like 2 minutes in length. They're really quick. I'm trying to do what I can. I've started a network to collate all the best flash briefings out there, briefcast.fm, and I've created a completely free course at flashbriefingformula.com. And just actually today, I launched a gamified flash briefing where people can listen to it, get clues out of it, talk to Alexa, see if they can solve the puzzle, get all the little pieces to solve the puzzle, and if they do that, they can win prizes.
That's amazing.
So it's driving incredible engagement as well as our marketing channel.
I'm getting involved in it too. I'm going to do my own flash briefing after I live here. I'm excited about it, so I'm going to do it. But remember, I was the first one to call you Dr. Voice. So as we coined that phrase for you, and we put all your cards, remember Danny Ortiz, Dr. Voice here. Tell them how they can get a hold of you, Dr. Voice.
They get a hold of me on
Twitter,
Instagram. My handles are Dr. Terry Fisher, DrTerifisher, or the 2 websites, alexancanada.ca, voicefirst.health.com.
So remember, Dr. Voice is coming in. We're going to coin that, and you're going to see Dr. Voice everywhere. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a great one. All right, buddy. See you later.
Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I am with a local legend, and you get to listen to my conversation where I'm going to learn about legendary things. Congratulations for joining us, and thank you for your attention. Hello.
Hi.
So I know a little bit, but tell me what you do in education here locally.
Sure.
You've already spoken at this event. This is the big, huge voice tech AI event.
Right.
Google sponsor, Samsung, Amazon, Microsoft.
Track.
There's an educational track. You've spoken 3 times. Tell us a bit about yourself and what you do here in Chattanooga.
Sure. My name is Julie Daniel Davis, and I am the Director of Instructional Technology and Innovation at Chattanooga Christian School, and we are the largest private Christian school here, or private school actually, in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
And you have 1,200 students.
We have 1,200 students. Specifically, the way we're using voice at CCS is I've got it in many of our elementary classroom. We have the Kids Edition Echo Dot, which takes into account student privacy issues for us. And we've got it in the elementary schools where they're using it more or less as a teacher assistant. So they'll have something going on over here, the teacher will be doing something over here, and then the Echo Dot's actually leading some type of instruction in another place. And yesterday, I spoke with several of our international students. They came in and shared how we're using that in their international classroom.
Right.
They're English language learners, so not only is it helping them study for their tests that they have upcoming, but learning how to speak English well, because if they get it wrong or Alexa doesn't understand them, guess what? They know they've got to adjust what they're saying and how they're saying it. That's the things we're doing here.
Well, I think what you're doing is wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think people not just in Chattanooga or Tennessee, but nationwide, maybe globally, if they are not aware of what you're doing, you're kind of setting a model.
Thank you.
And it's not just as simple as like we're doing innovation for K-12, but you also are finalist in the award ceremony tonight for your podcast.
Yes.
So tell us a bit about your podcast.
Yeah, so last February, after attending this event, I left feeling like I needed to do something for other educators. There's no point in all of us muddling through all this, alone. So I started a weekly podcast called Voice in Education, and it's available on Alexa. It's also available on SoundCloud. I'm working on getting it on other platforms right now. But that allows teachers, educators to go on and weekly just hear different ideas, concepts on what they need to know about using voice in the classroom. I also have guest speakers on a regular basis when I feel like there's a skill that, wow, that's just made for education. I'll have that skill maker come on, the developer, and share what they are doing and why they think that it's value to education.
That's so wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, how long have you been in education for?
This is going to show my age. 15 years at the school I'm at, 16 years total, but I was an accountant before that.
Yeah.
So that just told you how old I was, basically.
Well, you look young.
Thank you.
You're very vibrant.
I appreciate
Many
that.
people are enjoying the light of your life.
It must be the shirt.
The shirt, the glasses, the necklace, it's all happening for you.
Thank you.
So education, maybe we could end with, because you've said something about your podcast, distribution, like how do you get it distributed everywhere you want it?
Right.
So my company, I've built software companies. I do this for fun. This is a hobby.
I get the hobby side.
Helping Bradley and the Project Voice event and the voice community.
Sure.
This is for fun.
Sure.
This is like snowboarding for me. What I really do is build software companies. So our software streams live to voice devices like Alexa.
Yeah.
Streams live to social media platforms like YouTube.
Right.
And then sends the archive to Spotify and iTunes, SoundCloud.
Sure.
So kind of like a combination of what Anchor does for podcasts and what complicated media technology does for social media sites. So in the future, you'll be able to grab an Alexa device or a Google device, call forth our software, start a live stream, no pre-production, no post-production, post every platform you want, your personal, your schools, your podcasts, all at one time. When this type of tech is made available to people like you, you will get the most out of it.
Sure, because of the niche.
Because of the need and the niche.
Right.
But what about your students?
Yeah.
So think for a moment, when you think through the scenario I just painted, right? Because we haven't finished the tech that fully. We're still in alpha. It works, like we're streaming live here.
Sure.
But when students in 18 months or 81 months have an ability, or when teachers have an ability to just go live with what they want to express on any channel they want, how will that change the ability to get information out as a creator and to get information in as a consumer of content?
So one of the things that you'll hear from ed tech people on a regular basis is that there are the 4 C's that we're always striving for: connection, communication, curation, consumption. Let's make that 5. Creation.
Yeah.
So if we can use technology that can hit on all those, which is what you just said, we also have the ISTE standards for students, which is ISTE is the International Society of Technology Education.
Right.
So with that, one of it is that we want our students to be able to have a global audience. Well, guess what you just explained allows them to share their learning to a global audience. It's a win-win.
It is. It is. Thank you for joining me for this
You're
interview.
welcome. You're welcome.
I'm glad you got to be a part of it. And we'll be back with more in just a moment. That was fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It is a super conference for voice tech and artificial intelligence. I'm here with my friend Eric Eglin from Microsoft, and we've done lots of this. We did our first voice conference in 2018 together.
That's right.
Inside DocuSign's building. You were my keynote speaker then. That was fun. And here we are a year and a half later, and the voice environment has grown. Microsoft is here along with the other major voice players, all of which Cortana is partnered with.
Yeah.
So tell us a bit about what the experience has been like for you here at Project Voice and what you shared.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Ian. It's great to be back, and fun to be at these events together with you.
Yeah, it is.
It's interesting to see how the voice space is growing, how people are, enterprises, which is my focus at Microsoft, adoption of AI is really. Just gets stronger in terms of the interest, but not necessarily matched by the success and implementation and production. So one of the themes that I see in my role at Microsoft, but also here talking with different enterprises at the conference, is just there's that gap. The interest continues to grow in applying artificial intelligence for conversational AI, which includes both voice and chatbots, right? But the success examples aren't quite there because it is really complicated to do it. So it seems like people are starting to view, instead of trying to go for your ultimate use case, I use the term starter use case that gets you in the game and gets you some success, versus your ultimate use case, where we all see a lot of value in enterprise system integration and these advanced use cases. But instead of trying to only start at the most advanced, starting somewhere that's achievable in the near term, and then moving based on success and strength toward that end goal seems to be that's certainly what I believe is the path to success and what I've seen, and it seems like I'm not hearing anybody disagree with that as people kind of have that strong interest, but their actual what they're able to get done isn't quite what they were hoping for in terms of diving straight into the deep end.
Right. What's the energy and the feedback that you're getting here at a conference where all the big brands are at and the focus is just voice tech, compared to maybe the energy you felt the last season or so at Microsoft or at your strategic partners or with clients? Like, how's the feedback of what's being done and what you're talking about different in this environment than in others?
Yeah, I would say it's a good question, right? Because things evolve over time, especially with these emerging tech spaces like voice. I feel like customers are more savvy, the ones that are doing it. Like major enterprise gave a keynote yesterday, and then immediately afterwards, I asked a few questions because it was very interesting and what the success they've achieved. But it was focused on voice search. I sort of asked, well, how come you don't have a branded presence? Because they described some major pain points that you wouldn't have, that you would have the benefits of those, like more access to your data on customer engagement, and also just basically controlling your brand and not having sort of risk that maybe somebody else's brand gets into Google's algorithm and sort of dilutes your offering, which is very real. And so those are real pain points. But if you have your own branded channel, then you overcome that. And so they had said, well, we thought about it. We wanted to initially get our own branded channel, but it was so hard and expensive that we didn't. So we went with this kind of, we'll pass our data, all our valuable content over to the search platforms.
Because they'll embed it.
And they'll embed it, right? So, but now they're savvier because they've been through that process. Now they say, oh, okay, we see the downsides to that approach. We're not going to quit that. But we also want to have our own branded presence and seeing the value of that. I haven't seen, anybody who can talk at that level, before. So that's where I see, that's just one example of I think in general, and I have other examples too, just customers seeming savvier because we're all learning as we go. Even though it's a newer space, it's not brand new. So we've got lessons learned, and it's exciting to talk with people. You're having deeper conversations with more context and less of, hey, well, I just know it's generally or directionally a good idea.
That's right.
Now it's like, hey, I have specific experience, and now I know I want to go more this way than that way. And so that's exciting, as customers get the experience that helps them really know not just what's their North Star, but what's the latitude and longitude they want to arrive at.
Yeah, no, that's really, really, really good. Yeah, it's a good thing to be in environments like this. It's nice to be able to connect to the same people.
Yeah.
Right? Because like, how many times have you and I talked about all sorts of different things, and then you get to evolve those conversations with, some cases your Padawan, learning from the Jedi, other cases your peers, right? One thing that maybe is a final thought is, where's the room in software enterprise companies in the voice tech space? Because I think you may have a better view of like, gosh, this is a good time for people to build SaaS companies to serve enterprise in this space. Any thoughts on that? Because Microsoft can't do it alone.
Right.
None of the big companies are going to. You have to have an emergence like we did with apps for phones.
Right.
Or apps for computers. So the apps are coming.
Right.
What are your thoughts on consumer apps, enterprise apps? Where's the room? Enterprise is really more what I'm wondering about right now.
Yeah, sure. Well, and part of my role at Microsoft is to identify innovative, younger companies or smaller companies who can help solve enterprise pain points. And yeah, it does seem like that's good. I hadn't thought of that. That we're kind of in that from a startup point of view or younger company point of view of where mobile was, 7-8 years ago, where companies recognize, hey, there's gaps and problems can be solved in a valuable way. Yeah, it seems like for voice, or conversational AI, a lot of companies have tried chatbots, but they don't know how to scale it. So they might have a web bot, but they don't know how to go to Facebook Messenger without a whole extra build effort. So kind of that cross-platform chatbot. Same thing with voice, right? The market share is pretty fragmented. Siri, supposedly is coming out with, a branded presence soon. But, for the ones that already allow it, the Amazon and Google and, Cortana, if you want to. There's some value in Cortana, especially with enterprise authentication. But, the popular consumer ones, Alexa, Google, it's still a cross-platform. Challenge now, Bixby's coming on strong. That's on 1 billion devices. Trying to identify where are the gaps. And so I see gaps is companies that have a hard time figuring out, well, what's that starting point? Like we talked about a minute ago, start somewhere. Yeah. Well, does start somewhere mean really I have to build for 3 different voice assistant platforms and maybe multiple chatbot platforms and then and hire the people who can do that or outsource it or RFP it and then maintain all that and update that? Wow, that sounds hard. So cross-platform, I see value in that for getting people on voice. I see value in back-end enterprise integration that's easy or streamlined to minimize the IT services. You're always going to have some services integration there, but if you can minimize that and enable it in a cross-platform way. Also see a lot of media, right? I mean, more and more media, LinkedIn videos is now the hottest thing, but it was Facebook videos. It's the more content you can generate and the more channels you can get it out on, the more valuable it is for your efforts. Well, that's a pretty fragmented space, and it's hard for a company to do that all on their own. So opportunities to kind of bring that single point of access to getting your media out to the world for people to consume, for getting your conversational content out to chatbots and voice assistants. I see real opportunity there. But it's also like whatever people have domain expertise in, figuring out, well, what are the platforms not going to do? Because platforms don't want to compete with their partners or ISVs. They don't want to create those solutions. They want others to. And then what are the enterprise? What are they struggling with? And that's where events like this are so valuable because you get to talk to them directly and hear what they're experiencing, what they're succeeding at, what they're struggling with.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, I always love talking with you.
Yeah, same here, Ian.
It's always good. We could go on and on.
I know.
There's a party we should get to.
I know, you can hear the music.
We can hear the music. Even if we're mic'd well and you can't, that's good. That's why we work all this out.
That's true. Yeah, thanks, man.
All right.
I'll
be back with more soon.
Ian, so good to talk to you, man. You are the man. Talk to us, man. Let us know what's going on in Project Voice, what's going on with you.
Well, here we are. We're day 2.
Yes.
Chattanooga, Tennessee. Thousands of people have come out.
Chattanooga, man.
For the Voice, Tech, and AI Conference. Today's Google's Day.
Google's Day.
So it's all about Google. Yesterday was all about Amazon. Tomorrow will be all about Samsung. Of course, there's lots of things strung around.
Absolutely.
And we have this media booth. We're doing all sorts of interviews. I'm here with you.
Listen,
I'm winning.
I feel like you're on top of the world because I see you everywhere. Everywhere
I'm rolling around on my one
You're
wheel.
rolling around. So this is your second year here?
Yes. Yeah. Last year's called the Alexa Conference.
Yeah.
Much smaller, so we've expanded.
How do you see this thing expanding? How do you see this thing growing? And where do you see this thing going? So I mean, it's going to go bigger from here, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the goal is to bring the community together and to give these major platforms a chance to really showcase and educate the industry and forge strategic partnerships. So where does it go from here? I mean, maybe it'll be here indefinitely. Maybe it'll stay a similar size or grow, or maybe there'll be more intimate expressions or big coliseums. I don't know,
Absolutely.
but I do know this. I do know that the companies that have $1 trillion market caps, right? The Apples, the Samsungs, the Amazons, the Googles, the Microsofts, they understand that the world is going to interact with technology with their voice.
That's amazing.
And so that's where they're doubling down. That's where they're putting their energy. And so guys like Bradley Metrock, who is the founder and producer of the Project Voice event, he understands that these folks need a place to collaborate, to work together, to educate one another, to do masterminds, to go out to dinner, to grab a cup of coffee. And that's what this facilitates. So I think it's really being done well, and I think we should enjoy the present and then have great expectation for what's to come, but maybe not be so specific on what that may look
Absolutely
like.
right, because it's evolving, right? Voice is evolving, right?
That's right.
We just interviewed Dr. Voice, and he was telling us all this stuff.
Terry Fisher.
Dr. Terry Fisher,
Dr.
right?
Voice.
So it's in health field, it's in the restaurant field, it's going to all kind of levels. Now you're more in the fashion field, because look at this is all fashion right here. I'm going to keep on saying he's the fashion icon, but you're in the media. How do you see voice disrupting media? You know what I mean? Because that's voices in everything, so it's gonna hit every industry.
Well, the first thing we really understood was our mother's voice. The first thing we really comprehend and start to process is the voice in our head. You know, voice is very important, and if you look at the first media revolution, it was the radio.
Yeah.
The ability for a person or a team to broadcast sound from where they're at to a large group of people. And then radio kind of fell off with the emergence of TV, and then the emergence of all sorts of other mediums like movie theaters, and now augmented reality and virtual reality. There's all these visual expressions that are eroding away from voice. And no matter how much it doesn't make sense that we've gone back to voice and podcasts, because people are like, why would we ever want to listen to podcasts when we could watch YouTube videos? Why would we want to do that instead of having glasses with augmented reality or putting contact lenses in and being in a virtual reality world? Like, voice, podcast, why are we going back to radio? Well, it's because it's what we naturally desire. As a creator,
that's so good.
There is an ability for any person. They don't have to read or write. They don't have to know a major language. They don't have to have any specific credentials, but they can grab the remote control of our life.
Absolutely
the cell phone
right.
that's in all of our pockets. And they grab that remote control and they can express themselves without being worried about how they look, what environment they're in, what kind of clothes they're wearing, and they can just express themselves naturally at scale. No pre-production, no post-production. Just live stream your voice or record and post. So we're going back to that very rapidly. And that's creating. Now for consuming, you don't want to grab your cell phone and bring it and watch news in the shower. You really shouldn't be watching Netflix in the car.
Absolutely
but what you can do is you can have an Amazon Alexa flash briefing that you say, play my flash briefing, and it plays your 7 news channels in 5 minutes while you're in the shower. You walk in your car, you open up Spotify, and you play some dramatic radio type broadcast, verbal communication broadcast instead of wanting to binge on Netflix, you start binging on audio. So you see this transition for the consumer because the consumer wants to save time. And the consumer wants a passive experience that does not demand so much of that.
That's right. Man, you hit several points that we coming back to a foundation. I love that when you said that. We coming back. We thought we left radio, but you said that we are not only coming back to the stuff that, the gadgets that we learned, we're going back to our mother's voice.
That's right.
That first thing that hit us up. And we know with all the statistics that are happening right now with screen time, with our kids, I got kids, so with the screen time, we trying to make sure that that's not going to affect us in a negative way. So voices are just a smooth transition that you can still get the information, but not overload the eyes, not overload the soul, you know what I mean? But get something inside of you that's going to be meaningful, right? For change, because we're all trying to change and grow. You know what I mean? So this voice thing is here to stay.
Yeah.
You
Now I have
know what I
two
mean?
little boys, 7 and 10. Tell me, how many kids do you have?
So I got 3 kids.
Okay.
So I got an 18-year-old,
Okay.
a 15-year-old, a 12-year-old, and they all girls.
Okay.
So they're all about the image thing, you know what I mean?
Right.
And so with the whole YouTube phenomena, the whole image thing, and the whole just social media alone, right? Just the shaming, and if you don't have this right, and you know, I'm always intrigued on selfies, right? Because somebody takes 30 pictures of themselves to land on one. Did you really take the real picture of who you are? You know what I mean? And I think there's an authenticity about voice because it's just natural, it's authentic.
Natural, it's raw.
It's you, it's raw. You know what I mean? There's some concepts that we coming up, some businesses that I'm coming up with under voice sector that I think will hit that raw because we just want it raw. A lot of times we're trying to filter our lives and we can't be ourselves in a filtered life.
Right. I think an important thing to realize with technology for your kids, 12 to 18, mine 7 and 10, is it will not make them good or bad.
Come on.
It will only magnify who they are.
That's amazing.
Now, all of us have natural tendencies toward love and selflessness and kindness and generosity, and natural tendencies towards selfishness and narcissism and fear and things of that nature. Now, when we are given a phone, the phone doesn't make us take selfies, and the phone doesn't make us take beautiful landscape photos.
Absolutely right.
When we are given a computer, it doesn't make us create the next business plan or send some sort of troll-like message on a social media thread. All it does is it provides a platform for us, humans, to express who we already are. Now, we do have a moment in time for young people where because we're transitioning from a visually based technical engagement to an audio based technical engagement, there is a gap. And in that gap of 18 months or 81 months, let's say it starts today. In that gap where people are transitioning away from looking at phones constantly to speaking to devices, there is an opportunity for young people to be relieved of the amount of violence and sexual content that's constantly in their face.
Absolutely right.
It's a very unique time in human history, at least in the first world, because what we have in this moment is we have this little window right now where parents of young people and young people themselves may actually get like a little sanctuary, a little
solace. Come on,
sabbatical.
Absolutely right.
From the overwhelming visual nature of violence and of sexual things that get you all, engaged. And maybe for this one period of time, as people transition to voice and they start to feel uncomfortable with always being on their phone, that maybe we give these young people a break. As a father of 12 to 18-year-old, when you think through that potential of not always being like this, but starting to have interaction and what that may be like for your kids 12, 18 as they become, 21 and, into their 30s. I think about it for my kids as well. So I'm turning the interview back on you. What are your thoughts on that? Because I'm very interested in another father's perspective.
I think challenging them to rest, challenge them to put stuff down, right? And gather their thoughts. Because I think you said something earlier, we don't know how to communicate with the voice in our own minds, right? Even before we have voices, pictures, and everything, we have to learn within ourselves who we are, right? So identity is so important. I think a lot of these distractions, because a lot of times they shouldn't be distractions, but they become distractions, they steal our identity of who we are and whose we are, right? And so I'm always trying to point my daughters into the foundation of who you are and whose you are is very important, because once you know that, and you can only find that in rest, you can only find that in a place of solace where you meditate on yourself, meditate on a deeper meaning of who you are and why you on this earth. I think those are things that images and all constant bombarding of media steals and robs from you, right? The ability to rest with your own voice, right? If I can capture that within themselves, let them understand there is an inner voice, not only that comes from you, but we believe in God, but that comes from God also, that now leads you into a greater purpose and into everything that you're called to be on this earth. You know what I mean? So that's how I end it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So listen, we can go on all day. I already know this vibe is real. This fashion icon is real. And listen, tune in to the next Ian and Danny podcast, because we're going to have to turn this into a podcast. It is happening.
Me and Danny.
And so we are doing this together. I already did it.
You heard it here first, so did I.
You heard it here first.
We're all winning right now.
We're all winning. So this is going to be a podcast for us. Ian, tell the world how to find you, because I want them to know how to find you.
Ian Utile, IANUTILE, at everywhere on social, or Attention Live, ATTN.live. Easy to find, easy to contact.
And he is the man. You are the man. Thank you very much, man. We'll do this together. And listen, look him out. Peace.
We are live at Project Voice in Chattanooga, Tennessee with the founder and CEO of Attention Live, Ian Utile.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
We want to talk about Attention Live Labs, your newest release in the collaboration between Voice First and Attention Live.
That's right.
Anybody anywhere in the world right now can say, Alexa or Hey Google, talk to Attention Live Labs.
Right.
Launch Attention Live Labs, and they're going to immediately be learning about the newest, latest, and greatest blockchain, voice technology, and future tech.
Yeah.
You are the idea man behind this. What was your vision in bringing this to life? What was the goal for Attention Live Labs in doing this?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, you know, Pat, I've enjoyed getting to know you. I think you have a great team of developers and strategists. And when I saw what you're doing for musicians, and I saw what you're doing in Columbus, bringing the community together, I just thought, how can I be a part of what Pat's got going on? And so what we had created at Attention are some less than 1 minute animation videos that kind of cast our vision of what we want to accomplish as Attention Live in the next decade or so. And so these vision casting videos are real hype, real like voice tech. We talk a bit about what we're doing with distributed ledger. There's 4 different approaches to the videos. We post them, did a little sharing, but we knew that like we were waiting until we launch our alpha product, until we're here at Project Voice live streaming this content here through the Amazon Alexa device and the other voice devices, doing the same thing at CES last week, making sure we have our feet underneath us. And then it's time to like let the world know. And in doing that, we didn't have a great solution outside of somebody saying to, hey Google or hey Alexa, open YouTube, and they have to have a show or a Max to even have this functionality. Okay, now open Attention Live, and now open the playlist. And it was like such a long process. So you had such a great solution with your strategy and your structure, which is you go to Attention Live Labs on Alexa, on Google. You now get to walk through a process with me. So I understand the little 5-minute journey I want to take somebody through it first. I understand the 15-minute or 51-minute or maybe eventually a 10-hour amount of content that people will be able to walk themselves through the Attention Live Labs, primarily audio, but also there can be a visual element to it too, because we are leveraging video. So I was just excited to kind of like collaborate with you and your team and say, how do we bring all this story about who we are, what we're doing, to the platforms that matter to us, like Google's Assistant Home, like Amazon Alexa's Echoes, and you and your team of Voice First really helped make that possible.
Listen, and you've always been about collaboration. You've always been about bringing up this rising tide that's raising all of the ships.
Yeah.
Yours is a very unique experience in that it's entirely voiceover.
Right.
You don't hear any Alexa or Google synthetic voice. It's all you. They're actually having a conversation with the CEO and founder of Attention Live.
Right.
It's all your voice. If they want to say, how do I contact you? They can say their phone number, and then you're going to directly reach out to them.
That's right.
They're going to get a text with all your information.
That's
so
right.
there's really no faster way for people to reach out and to, not only to contact you, but to learn about blockchain, to learn about voice technology. And I think one of the cool things about how you structured this is there's a linear, almost gamified format to the learning.
Right.
There's the first video, the second video, third video, and before each one, what you get, unlike the YouTube experience, is you get a little intro from you personally,
That's right.
giving those insights of this is what we're about to talk about, this is the value it's going to add to you,
Yeah.
and it's something that's unique on Alexa and Google that they don't get anywhere else.
Right.
So your head in the right place around Alexa and Google, you are a brand unlike most in that you have multiple different positions on Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant.
Right.
You've got your actual platform,
Right.
and you have the brand.
Yeah.
So I'm curious of how you differentiate between the two for your focus as a CEO, as a forward-thinking blockchain and voice technology and future tech.
Yeah.
For other businesses that are listening and watching to this, why have one for your business and one kind of for the brand as like a stepping back? What do you think is that value for a business owner?
Absolutely. Well, you have to think through what we've already been through. Okay, so why have multiple email lists? Why have multiple app expressions of your brand? Why have multiple social media sites on YouTube? Why have a developer lab and then one for your sales channel and then one for your... So we don't know exactly the landscape of voice devices in 3 days, let alone 3 years. What we do know is things we've learned from the past as executives, as marketers, as business development people. And that is, you can't send one email blast to your investors, your employees, your strategic partners, your clients, and your prospects. Like at some point, you have to divide those groups up to serve them, not because it's convenient for you. With social media today, the key thing is not to do a $50,000 video and shove it down the pipe and force it into everybody's awareness. You want to make a $500 video 25 different ways and take that 25 versions of the $500 video and send it just to the specific gender, just the specific age group, just the specific region, just the specific industry that they work in. And so we see the segmentation is not best for the executive or the business owner. Segmentation is best for the prospect, the client, and the people that we're trying to communicate with. In order to show empathy through technology, it's important for us to be mindful of segmenting things. So when you go to Alexa or Google, you can call up Attention Live, and that is our application. We are unlike other companies in that most companies, they are thinking about their PWA, their progressive web app. Are we building a website that allows people to use our technology on any phone, any tablet, any desktop? We have. Or they think about their application. Do we have that little icon that you download from the App Store, the Google Play Store, that has a better experience on this specific type of device, right? And we're looking to that, but what we're really focused on is an app on the voice devices that you say, open Attention Live, and that's to get some work done. Now you say, open this channel, I want to listen to the Google Assistant channel, or I want to listen to the Microsoft Cortana, or the Samsung Bixby, or the Amazon Alexa channel, right? So we have these channels to where people can hear that content from Project Voice run through the live stream. So that's one thing that they can do, but what we really want is for them to say, I want to go live. And so Pat, you imagine you're using Attention Live in the near future, and you say to Google or Assistant, open Attention Live, you open our application, it's the same as pressing a button. Now the application's open. You say, here's my title, reads it back. Here's my description, reads it back. Here's the destinations I want to stream to, it confirms it. It then confirms that you're ready to go live with a 3-second countdown, and then finally, at the end, there's some sort of kill phrase. Now, is this ready for you today? No, it's not. We've been working on this for an extended period of time. We're getting closer and closer to actually having a voice app that's a media creation and consumption tool. So that's Attention Live. That's to get work done. That's to go live, to post, to express what we have to say without the pressure of cameras in our faces, and just to have the simplicity of just audio, no pre-production, no post-production, no lighting correction, just simple audio. Now, Attention Live Labs is our ability to connect with prospects and potential clients, potential strategic partners. They're not ready to go live. They don't want to listen to anybody's channel. They aren't interested in going to work or opening up some sort of workhorse application. They just are interested in voice tech, or they're just interested in, like, what's Ian and Attention Live up to? Or why does Ian keep talking about the distributed ledger and blockchain? I thought that was cryptocurrency. He says it's automation, smart contracts, and all these different things for, managing processes. And they want to investigate. So that Attention Live Labs is to go to a lab and investigate what we're doing and working on and talking about. Attention Live, the app, is the place to go get some work done, go live or consume that content.
And you've created these two separate channels to be very empathetic to your end user.
That's right.
Are you ready to go live? Are you ready to consume or produce?
That's right.
Are you in this mindset of, I want to learn more, I want to be educated, I want to be a student, I want to contact, I want to reach out, I want to learn more, I want to collaborate.
Right.
And you've created these two very clearly defined channels, one to learn more, one to go live, produce now.
Right. And things will change over time, right? There are certain experiences where a corporation, say a Global 2000 company, one of the big companies with lots of responsibility, lots of employees, they might end up having 2, 3, 4 phone apps. And then at some point, a technologist comes in and says, we could have all 4 of these things live in one house. And instead of 4 apps to download for 4 different types of people, we have our app. When they open our app, there's 4 different places for those types of people to go. The truth is, in the future, there might only be an Attention Live app that has a lab inside of it, right? Or maybe we'll have 4 apps. We'll have an Attention Live work app, Attention Live Labs app, an Attention Live collaboration app, right? To do collaborate. So we don't really know yet because all this is so new. And so for us, like, we're okay testing things out and trying things and giving it a shot and like telling the world like, hey, here's what's working and not working and let's try this together. And we're trying to create an environment of fun, of play, of course, of productivity, but a lot of this still has to be childlike. Because if you don't approach voice tech with a childlike attitude, you're going to find yourself quite frustrated with the number of changes. All it takes is one person at Amazon, Google, Samsung, Microsoft, Apple to say, we're making this change with Siri, Cortana, Bixby, Assistant, or Alexa, and it's that person makes that one change, or that team that makes that one change, and everything you had worked for, and everything you had built out, all of a sudden has a little tweak, and that 0.5% tweak screws your whole system up, and you're like, you could pull your hair out, or you could be like, oh, that's right, we're in a sandbox.
Yes.
Like, we're playing, we're figuring this thing out, they're figuring it out, we're figuring it out, that was inconvenient, but like, we'll make it. And that's what SEO people have gone through for 20 years. Every single time there's a change to the algorithm of search engine, the whole SEO industry has to readjust and redo. That's what social media marketers have gone through. Every time they change, they try to make us spend money to advertise instead of just have natural organic reach. You as a marketer have to be like, okay, that doesn't work anymore, so we're going to spend money, or we're going to go switch to TikTok as a platform because that's where the organic reach is at. So as a technologist, it's very important to be flexible because flexible people are not broken.
Right.
That's what I always remind myself of.
Right, and you guys have been publishing on Alexa. The quote that's coming to my mind is Wayne Gretzky. I don't skate to where the puck's at,
right.
I'm skating to where it's going. So you were talking earlier about progressive web apps, you were talking about downloadable apps.
Right.
You see those, you see that they're valuable now.
Right.
You're trying to solve problems for content producers.
Right.
You're trying to solve the problems that are slowing them down. Who's the YouTuber that's trying to make it big? Who is the podcaster that's trying to get big? Who are the people that are watching Gary Vee? Who are the people that are following Tim Ferriss? Who are the people that are following the leaders in terms of creating reputable brands?
Right.
And you're trying to help them get to the next stage. So for the content listeners, the content producers, the influencers that are listening to this, who are thinking about making a progressive web app, who are thinking about making a downloadable app, for them, what are they missing? What insight could you give to them so that they realize what voice is and how it can help them producing content?
I think there's 3 types of people or organizations that we're most intrigued in supporting. So the first 2 are corporate and kind of heartless. So I'll go over those because it's much less emotional. Then I'll talk about Joe Rogan and Gary Vaynerchuk as an example of the type of people that might benefit the most from the tech that we've been building. So first, the big Global 2000 companies. These organizations, by and large, have 100,000 employees, some cases millions. They have billions of dollars of revenue come as their top line revenue, all these insane expenses. And one of their biggest expenses is telling their story. Marketing, branding, sales, TV, radio, print. They just constantly have to tell their story. And they aren't doing it very well. They haven't really figured out how to turn their VPs into their own media companies. They haven't really turned their interns into the ultimate promotion machines. Like, they haven't done the right stuff because it's really complicated to do. And so for us, if we could bring Attention Live to a Global 2000 company and say, don't do anything different. Just do everything you're doing the same. But take this application and drop a phone in your room, or drop an Echo in your room, or drop a HomePod in your room, in your office, and when you guys do a meeting, go live. Okay, don't change anything, just go live. Document your corporate experience. Now, maybe that's only 0.1% of the content that they currently create goes live and gets captured, but that's better than nothing. And that 0.1% is enough to constantly give their marketing team like fresh content that they can chop up and do things on TikTok and Facebook. And so that's one application, is just helping Global 2000 companies leverage the content they're already creating through a very simple progressive web app or voice tech app. The second would be major content creators. That's their focus. Universities, so higher education, nonprofit organizations, so that could be massive charities, or maybe in some cases massive churches, like places where there's constantly content being churned up nonstop, right? So if you take one of these organizations, let's take a school, right?
Ohio State.
Yeah, so Ohio State has all these teachers teaching. If you say to the teachers, don't do anything different, not a single thing, just do this one thing. Take your cell phone or an Echo, put it down when you teach, and go live. Because that way the students that are there can reaccess it immediately on the voice devices and the social media sites. The students that are prospects that we're trying to recruit to our school, they can taste it and see, is this something I'm actually intrigued by? Then marketing, our whole marketing department, our whole marketing team, either manually or using machine learning, artificial intelligence, can re-promote this content. And basically, we don't change a thing. We just use a tool and press a go live button, and all these things can begin to manifest. I'm not going to talk about broadcasters, radio stations, and TV because it's very intriguing what we are going to be doing for them, and I don't really want to go into details. I'm going to end with personal. So let's take Gary Vaynerchuk or Joe Rogan. Now, Joe is doing an average of a podcast a day.
Amazing.
These are multi-hour podcasts that are streamed live on YouTube and then post-produced with advertising for the platforms. Gary made a big announcement this morning. And Gary's announcement was, I'm done with Daily V. It's the 600th episode. Here's a 5-hour version, another super vlog like he did in Miami, like he did in Atlanta, like he's done in other times and other places. And he's like, I'm done. No more Daily V.
Surprised.
I know. See, that's his point. He likes to surprise people, and he likes to stop and then let them think, like, what do you mean no more Daily V?
Right.
We're now doing a weekly V.
Okay.
Okay, now why weekly? I think it has a lot to do with the fact that churning out epic video content, no matter if you have 30 or 50 people like Gary has, or no matter if you charge if you make approximately $100,000 per podcast episode, like supposedly Joe does through his advertisers, like you could have all the manpower and all the money in the world, but to churn out epic, insane, Daily V level footage
Impossible.
on a daily basis is difficult. And so the Daily V's become kind of like multi-weekly, and now he's just like taking a stand. Like the 600th episode, we're done. No more Daily V. This is it. Now, weekly V. I think it has to do with video, and I think it makes the case for Gary and people like Gary, although there's nobody like Gary, but people that may be peer-ish to kind of what he does with content, to say, okay, I'm switching my video to weekly V, but what if I did an hourly attention live post on Alexa? Because if Gary could just pull out his phone and go live for 30 seconds, and it could go to his text message platform, we don't know how to do that yet, but we can figure it out, all the 4 voice devices, maybe 5 with Apple Shortcut, all the social media sites. That way he has a high pros produced video, but he can still churn out the content. Every time he has an idea, he wants to do a rant, boom. Every time he's in a conversation, it's not private, it's public. You know, he's there. So I think like Gary's interesting. Joe Rogan's super intriguing because he has been kind of readjusting and changing things, and people are worried like he's not going to stream video live anymore. And I think it's just a lot. So it's like, what if Joe could go live on every voice platform, every single social media site, without the pressure of the video being seen, but just the audio? And it's like all of a sudden this becomes more attainable. So for us, we know there's a lot of target clients with our software. We know that being here at Project Voice and helping Bradley co-produce the live stream, being at the Voice Summit with Pete Erickson, helping him co-produce his live stream, being involved with the voice tech industry by and large, building the friendships with Google Assistant, Samsung, Microsoft, and all the rest, right?
Partners.
Amazon. That's a really big thing for us because our ambition is so great. We want what YouTube did with video, what Twitter did with text, we want to do with audio. We want billions of people using our platform with their voice, never touching a screen, never typing with their fingers, only interacting with their voice, and being able to create the best content of their life at scale with no pre-production, no post-production, and consumer content totally passively, in their own way, in their own time, in their own language, right, as these things become more and more available. So I couldn't be more excited about it.
You're creating the YouTube of voice.
Yeah,
the platform for the Twitter of voice.
That's right.
You've seen the trends of video. You've seen the trends of text.
Right.
The puck is moving. The puck is already here in voice.
Yeah.
You've created the platform for content creators. If people want to try it right now, Alexa, Google Assistant, they can say launch Attention Live.
Right.
And if you want to learn more, launch Attention Live Labs.
Yeah, I do encourage you. Go on Google, go on Alexa, launch Attention Live Labs. It's like the very first place. And I'm so intrigued by like what this could be that I'm actually giving people my cell phone number. So when you're on our lab and you text me, it goes on my cell phone. I get it and I interact with people because I want to know, like, what was your experience like? What can I help you with? I know there's not going to be an impressive amount of contacts coming through because it's a new medium. And now if it becomes that way, then I'll deal with that hurdle when it comes.
Exactly.
But for now, I'm accessible because I want to know what the experience is like with people. And we're easy to find. Ian Utile, IANUTILE, everywhere online, and Attention Live, ATTN.live, everywhere on the social.
I've loved working with you, Ian.
So good.
Look forward to our partnership growing.
Good, me too. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is the Voice Tech and AI event. It's a super event. It's 5 days long, and I'm here with my friend Karis from the Print Media Center. I want to introduce you to her, so we're going to have a little conversation, and I want you to join in for a moment. So Karis, tell me a bit about yourself and what you're doing here at Project Voice.
Sure, well, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
I'm a journalist based in the UK. I predominantly cover the print industry, but I also write and cover events in some additional spaces such as blockchain, IoT, and smart cities. So I concentrate mainly on print, but also some other technology areas, and really interested, as Deborah, my colleague at Print Media Center, said, the intersection of print and print marketing and future technologies.
Yeah, so what's this environment like for you? Being a Brit, being here as a journalist, helping out with our social media promotions and communications. So what's this environment been like for you so far?
Really, really exciting and new. It's been just really eye-opening and mind-blowing, some of the applications and use cases for the technology. One of the most interesting things for me is I'm really interested in kind of tech for good applications. So the way voice is being used in helping accessibility, helping people with disabilities live more independently, and the healthcare use cases, really, really fascinating. So it's exciting to be here where everything is kind of new and really exciting.
I mean, that's some of the emotional side, right? I remember I was doing a Voice and Health podcast, and me and the host, we got real emotional, both got quiet. We both told each other later we were crying. You got like that level of like what happens for our grandparents when they can't remember anything, but they can talk to a voice device, and it's their dead spouse's voice that's actually speaking to them, and like it tells them who they are and where they're at, and like what kind of life change does that provide? So it is very emotional as a journalist or somebody that's communicating what's happening in this industry.
Absolutely, and speaking to a human voice is inherently emotional anyway, so it's a really emotional technology. So I think that's really exciting.
It is. Tell me a bit about the Print Media Center, because you're here with Deborah, you're covering things on Twitter, you do some really cool approaches to marketing and strategy and ideation, design. So tell me a bit about what you do there.
Sure. Well, Print Media Center is a platform that provides resources and print inspiration to print marketing professionals, and it's Deborah's company, and I work with Deborah on a number of different projects. We work at events together where I provide just support on kind of her endeavors, which are really kind of just providing free resources. And I'm a journalist with Print Media Center, so I cover events from a journalistic perspective and write for printmediacenter.com and help with social media, and just come at it from, Deborah's originally a print buyer, so she's got such an amazing insight into the market, whereas I'm a journalist, so I've got a kind of slightly different perspective and come at it from a different angle. So it's a good collaboration.
Yeah, well, we're so happy to have you both here at Project Voice.
It's amazing to be here.
It's amazing for me too.
Good.
I'm glad to have an interview with you.
Sure.
I'm glad that you could join us, and I'll be back with another interview in just a moment. Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm here with Kathy from Google. We did a pre-event interview over Zoom. That was fun. I got to know you a bit. Glad to have you here.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
Yes, so what is Google Assistant Day like here at Project Voice?
It's been really fun. It's been great to hear from a lot of different voices, people who are not from Google, but who are still thinking about how to develop for our platform. There was a great talk from Project Understood, which is a partnership between Google and the Canadian Down Syndrome Society.
Yes.
Really great to hear the work they're doing to help teach the Google Assistant how to understand people with Down syndrome.
Right. Yeah, a couple people I interviewed today mentioned you specifically and some of the things that you shared. We talked about India, a little bit was brought up, and some of the different things. It sparked some more emotional interviews around passion and thinking of the people that maybe aren't first served with new technologies. So thoughts on that, thoughts on a broader view than just a broader view, there's more opportunity now that we're talking about voice being the human interface.
Yeah, I really think, sometimes the term inclusive design is maybe a little bit overused, but I still think it really represents just making sure when you're thinking about designing a product or a feature, we often think about, well, who is this for, right? But on the flip side, you need to think, well, who is it not for? Who have we left out by creating this experience? And then hopefully spend time very early on thinking, how can we address that? And that could be because somebody has a physical impairment, mobility issues, cognitive impairment, visual impairment. It could be they don't have access to technology. Maybe all they have is a 2G feature phone, and they don't have the latest and greatest smartphone and super fast internet. So how can we still serve them and let them have access to this technology that is becoming more and more essential?
Absolutely. And so what's the thoughts of where the state of Google Assistant is in the context of Project Voice? Where are things going? Any just thoughts like, wow, this was like a big day with 10 sessions at one given time. So there's so much information. You and I, at best, we know 10% of what was shared, right? But just kind of big thoughts in terms of where we're at and where we're going.
I'm seeing some really interesting stuff in healthcare, education. I love to see the ways that people are using smart speakers in their classrooms to help with classroom management, studying for tests, helping people who are learning English as a first language. I think that's a fantastic use case. So that's kind of one of my favorite things, is to see what creative ways people are taking this technology and applying it in new things that we haven't thought of. It shouldn't be up to a Google or a big company like that to figure this out. It should be all these great creative voices out there who have problems they want to solve. Take the technology and have at it.
That's great. So somebody's here and they're tuned in and they go, well, did I miss my chance? Like, I was part of the Google sessions. I was inspired by this gal and this guy and this story and this case study, but I didn't really know what to do next. So what's next? What do they do next? They wake up Thursday morning, the Google day is done for Project Voice. Where do they go and how do they engage and how do they actually take their creativity and entrepreneurial drive to create something great tied to what Google makes available?
Yeah, so I hope that is true. I hope lots of people are feeling inspired and want to jump out of bed and start building something. I would say a couple things. On the one hand, Google, for example, we've published a lot of best practices and principles around conversation design, which you can get to at actions.google.com/design. It's an introduction to what is conversation design, what does it mean, how do I do it, what should I be thinking about, including should I even build my idea for voice or conversation, because some things are great conversationally, some things are not. So learning a whole bunch of the basics. We also have links to videos and short clips like that and other ways to learn. The second part is to actually start building stuff. We have a tool called Dialogflow, which allows you to create experiences and actually launch them on the Google Assistant. You can launch them to the world. You can have people use them, get feedback, iterate, because you're always going to learn stuff you're never going to get right straight out of the box, but you can learn a lot and create whatever you can dream up.
Yeah. I think that's the state of where we're at today. You can create whatever you dream up. What a great time to be alive.
For sure.
What a cool time to be at a company like Google that's innovated so many of these different things. And thank you for joining me for another interview.
Thank you for having me.
All right, well, let's go enjoy this after party.
Sounds good.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate your attention. I'll be back with more soon. Welcome to Project Voice. I'm excited to introduce you to my new friend, Ken, one of our speakers here at this massive Voice Tech and AI event in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And so, Ken, they're just watching us. I'm so happy that you're here to join us. And I know you're there, but I'm going to talk with Ken now. You get to listen. Ken, tell me about yourself.
Well, my name's Ken Sakel. I'm the head of product for Air Health. And at Air Health, we deliver solutions to help people with respiratory illness, primarily children living with asthma.
Wow.
So what we do is we combine devices, education, and technology to improve the lives of individuals living with asthma.
Yeah.
So here at Project Voice, we're talking about some of the things that we're doing and learning more and spreading the word how we can combine data that you might get from IoT devices, which is kind of what we're doing, with education, information, and presenting that all back to people via voice.
Right.
Getting their feedback and then doing that cycle again.
That's awesome. How was your speaking engagement that you did here? How'd that go?
Excellent, excellent. This
Wonderful.
is my second year here.
Yeah, your Alexa conference last year.
Yeah,
Right.
and so happy to be back here in Chattanooga.
Yes.
And, it just keeps growing. The community keeps getting bigger, and we see more and more people with new and different use cases. So what I've really enjoyed about the conference so far is the ability to actually step outside of the healthcare realm and get involved with some of the sessions in the other tracks.
Right.
So for folks who didn't know, the conference is structured based on different tracks: healthcare, marketing, storytelling. So I've really enjoyed kind of going into some of the other areas and meeting new people and learning about what they're doing as well.
That's awesome.
Yep.
If you want to follow up with you or find out more about what you're doing with the respiratory health, your company, what's the best way to do that?
Sure, you could go to air.health, not .com, air.health, and or you can always reach out to me. I'm a huge fan of LinkedIn, so catch me on LinkedIn, Ken Sakal, that's Sakal, and I'd love to connect with you there.
Well, I'm glad I got to connect with you.
All right, and thanks
We're glad
so
to
much.
have you here again.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm
Look
glad you
forward
could
to it
tune
again
in.
next year.
That's right.
Yes.
And I'll be back with another interview in just a moment.
Take care.
Good.
All right.
That was great. Hi, Kim.
Hello.
We got to meet last week at CES
We
at the Voice
did.
Summit.
Yes.
I saw you come by. I'm like, wait, come over here. I want you to tell people about ID R&D.
Right.
So for those tuned in to Project Voice, thank you for your attention. I'd love to introduce you to this company, ID R&D. And so, Kim, just tell me, they can watch.
Okay.
Tell me a bit about your company so that the folks that are listening can learn about it.
Okay. We are a biometric technology provider.
Okay.
Our solutions are used for authentication using voice biometrics, so the way you talk, and facial recognition, the way you look, and then also keystroke dynamics, the way that you type.
Right.
And we do all of that. On the voice side, it's really interesting because we also have liveness detection, so we can know if it is a spoofing attempt. So if it's synthetic voice, a recording of you, computer-generated voice, and block that.
Right.
Yeah. That's what
And
we
so
do.
if you want to learn more about what you do,
Mhm.
what's the best place to do that?
Right.
And tell me about, like, is there stuff that your
Yeah.
company was able to do here at Project Voice that people can tune into? So tell us a bit about
So
where to follow up.
Best place to learn more about us is on our website, which is www.idrnd.ai.
Yep.
We've got a bunch of demo recordings there. You can see our products in action. We also have a blog there, and that's the best place to go. Here at the show, we've got a booth too.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad you're here.
Thanks.
Thank you for sponsoring the voice industry.
Yes, we love the voice industry.
Right? You're sponsoring Project Voice here in
Yes.
Chattanooga. You
Yeah.
sponsored the Voice Summit at Live at CES last
Yes.
week. So your company is making all of these things possible, and everybody that's benefiting here should be grateful for your company as well.
Thank you so much.
So if you're here and you haven't said hello, come by. Come by for a hug, first of all. If you're not here, oh, I'm so sorry. What a bummer for you.
Come next time.
Come next time, but if you are here, also go to the ID R&D booth, engage with Kim and the team there, and find out about the cool stuff that they're bringing to market. We'll be back with more in just a moment.
Thank you.
Welcome to Project Voice. I'm here with one of our sponsors, Mercedes-Benz. You have a beautiful car in the expo hall. We did a big press briefing with you and your team yesterday. I know your team's from Sunnyvale. We're doing the Voice of the Car Summit with you in April in San Francisco Bay, right, where we're both from. So we'll just have a conversation about Mercedes. They're just listening. It's more natural for us to talk. But tell me a bit about yourself and what you do at Mercedes.
Yeah, hey, I'm Jürgen. I lead the speech and digital assistance team in Sunnyvale, California.
Yes.
Bay Area, as you said. We work with SoundHound on bringing natural language understanding to our Hey Mercedes voice assistant. We're also working with Amazon and with Google to integrate with their voice assistant, so you can talk to your car when you're not in the car. So like, Hey Mercedes, not Hey Mercedes, but okay Google.
Right.
Where's my car? It's something that I always ask when I come back from a business trip. I never
Where did
remember.
I park? Uh-oh. Right. That's right.
Or what's my range? Will I make it to work this morning?
Right.
Things like that.
Yes. Now, this used to be the Alexa conference, and then we grew the numbers by 5, 10-fold and changed the name to Project Voice to make room for Google and Amazon and Microsoft and Samsung and Mercedes and other brands that are leveraging voice. It's nice to have an actual car in the showroom of the expo floor. Obviously, that's big, it's loud, it's beautiful and black. What's it been like for people to sit in the car, experience the car for the first time with you or your team? What's the experience been like for your team and for the folks that actually come and engage with your vehicle?
Yeah, it's super exciting. So you put us right next to the door, so everyone who walks into the conference floor first sees our car. And at first people were like, that's product placement. Like they put a car here so we see the shiny Mercedes star. And then we talk to them and you go like, no, we are actually here for Project Voice. Like we are showing our voice assistant. And everybody wants to sit in the car. Everybody like gets the tour of how to talk to the thing, and then they try something themselves. And so far, well, it's loud. People get distracted. We are facing in all directions as we talk. So like things go wrong every once in a while, but in general, like things work super smooth.
That's wonderful.
People are impressed, and it's good to see that after like talking to them for 3-5 minutes, people understand that voice is not just Google Assistant and Amazon Alexa.
That's right.
There's way more going on in the industry.
That's right.
Next year we want our own day.
Good. Next year, everybody, the declaration's been made. Our team's going to manifest this into reality. Let me ask you this. Of course, you work and you collaborate with Google, Amazon. You do the same with Samsung. You do the same with Apple. You do the same with Microsoft. But you're partnered with SoundHound, right? Now, I really, of all the voice tech leaders, I might have more honor for Katie, the GM at SoundHound, than anybody else. I think she's courageous and I really enjoy what she does, and I enjoy our conversations we have together. Now, why SoundHound? Like, why did you choose SoundHound? Why did SoundHound choose Mercedes? And what has actually come to life with the relationship that's been forged between your two companies?
So we have to understand a little bit of our history at Mercedes. We've done voice before that was a thing.
That's right.
A car is a very natural environment to do what we used to call voice control at the time.
That's
you make a phone call, you adjust the temperature, change the radio station. You do that through voice commands, but it's not a voice assistant. You have to talk in a very robotic way. That's how voice was like in the 90s or early 2000s.
That's exactly right.
Now we've come a long way, and we've been building on that. And traditionally, we have been working with Nuance, which is now Cerence, and we still work with Nuance, and they're a great partner. And, they're responsible for our entire embedded voice stack, so you can talk to the car when you don't have an internet connection. SoundHound brought something to the table. They have brand new technology. They started from scratch when machine learning became a thing that was viable because we had the computational power. So they took a very different approach to NLU than the traditional players. So what they brought to the table was agility, super modern technology. And it started out as a prototype. SoundOn is in Santa Clara. We're in Sunnyvale. We're basically neighbors.
Right.
So it started out as a prototype, and then we showed it to our executives, and they went like, "Whoa, we want that in our cars."
That's awesome.
And we made it happen within like less than a year.
That's so wonderful. Well, I think they're a great partner. That which leads me to this conversation on competition versus collaboration. So there's not many markets that are more competitive than fast food restaurants. But if there was one, it might be auto. Okay. Now, fast food, because the amount of advertising they do, it leads to just an onslaught, and it's always the Burger King versus McDonald's. And for cars, it may not be as visibly competitive, but there's only usually one car being bought by one person at a time, and BMW and Lexus and Tesla and Ford and Kia and Hyundai, they all want that customer as bad as Mercedes does. Selling a car is very competitive 100 years into the game, but voice technology in cars might feel like a bit more of a collaborative break amongst the competitive energy. And so, like, let's say there are other car manufacturers that are saying, hey, we're interested in like voice tech integration. What's conversations like between you and Lexus? For instance, you and Lexus were both speakers at the Voice Summit at CES last week.
Yes.
So talk to me about collaboration versus competition when it comes to like helping one another serve the customer better with voice tech.
Honestly, we are such a small part of the car that the whole voice community really feels like a community.
Wow.
And there's antitrust laws and there's company policies, and we always have to be a little bit careful about what we share with a competitor. But in general, we're a voice community, and we're trying to make this thing grow together.
Yeah.
So there is not a lot of competition going on when we meet at a voice conference. We're really just genuinely interested in making the voice experience better in the car. We like when we drink our own Kool-Aid and we come to conferences and we celebrate all our successes like here.
Right.
We sometimes forget that, as they say at Amazon, it's still day one.
Right.
We have a long way to go to make this a really natural conversation. Nobody's passed the Turing test yet.
That's right.
So long way to go, and we're all trying to do it. We're all trying to make it happen. And because voice in the car is such a natural thing to do, there's really not just a whole lot of competitive feeling going on when we meet at a conference.
Right.
We all have the same interest, create the best user experience in the car through voice.
That's awesome. Maybe the last thing we could talk about is the Voice of the Car Summit happening in April in Sunnyvale. Mercedes is the presenting sponsor.
Yes,
we had an incredible event last year. We were at the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center, and we had the full stage going the whole day in the broadcast center, and a lot of energy. We had open dialogue during lunch, like maybe at least one of my favorite events of 2019. Somebody's tuned in, they're interested. What's the call to action? Like, why should they come to this event that we're doing together?
So if they're into voice, and if they like cars, the entire inner circle of the voice and car community will be there. They were there last year. All the companies that we talked to, that we met in Silicon Valley and in the US, they all came to Voice of the Car Summit. And it's not going to be no different this year. If anything, it's going to be bigger. So you basically have all the folks who are the thought leaders and who contribute meaningful pieces to the overall voice experience in the car. We will have them all in one place.
Right.
And we will bring a car, and I guess some of our competitors will bring a car too, and maybe we can even make the cars talk to each other.
That would be fun.
And it's a fun day. It's packed with information. It's a great networking event.
Yeah.
And then don't forget the drinks afterwards.
That's right, as there are today. Well, we could talk for a long time, but I think that's a great start. I look forward to seeing you in April. I might have to come over to Sunnyvale and actually get a behind the scenes of what's going on. For those that joined us, I want to say thanks for your attention.
Absolutely.
I'll be back with more in just a moment.
What's going on, world? We in Project Voice. We with Michael, all in all voice restaurant. So Michael, tell the world what you're about.
Yeah, voice technology for the restaurant industry. So we work with front of the house and back of the house solutions, primarily to enable restaurants to receive orders through listening devices, voice assistants. And then more recently with Starbar.ai, which is a really new company. In fact, we're launching this platform later this month.
So what is Starbar?
Well, Starbar, inventory is a problem. Inventory sucks.
Absolutely right. I worked in a restaurant before, so I know.
You ask anybody if they liked inventory, the answer is no. So that's a problem to be solved. So it usually takes anywhere from 4 to 5 hours for a restaurant operator, manager to complete an inventory just in the bar. That's 2 people.
Wow.
So we saw that as an opportunity using voice. So we created a platform and a mobile app where you can do a bar inventory, a 300 bottle inventory in about 18 to 20 minutes. At the end of that time,
about 18 minutes.
18 minutes. And so instead of actually touching the bottles and telling you how much volume is in it, you actually just walk by and you just talk to it. It's like Jack Daniel's 0.5, Amaretto Di Serrano 2.5, 50 cans of Bud Light, instead of individually holding everything. So you only need one person, and at the end of that, you get it's a mobile app, so you'll see what your pouring costs are right away.
Wow.
So yeah, it's never been done before. We use voice plus AI to be able to make this happen. But what we've realized with voice, bar is the first, and then food is next, but we can count anything. So
anything that can be counted for that industry restaurant. So if you own a restaurant, you own a coffee shop, you own a bar, whatever it is, this technology you want it. So when you guys are pulling it out?
Later this month, I think the 24th is when the beta goes out, but officially live across the board will be announced probably late April.
So tell us how can we get a hold of you?
Easy to get a hold of Michael at starbar.ai or Michael at bailiwickventures.com, which is my holding company for all my restaurant technology investments and opportunities.
Michael, thank you very much. We're looking for more news from you from this tech world and in the restaurant world. Thank you very much for joining us.
You bet. Thank you.
Have a good one. Peace.
Welcome to Project Voice. I am here to introduce you to a man with a legendary first name. I, myself, am so grateful that I found another Ian. Ian.
Nice to meet you, Ian.
We are Ians together. So tell me, what brings you to Project Voice?
This is actually my first Project Voice conference. I'm a developer with Voice First.
That's right.
Yeah, and so I came down here to experience a lot of these new products, what are the new trends, how businesses are building around voice technology and scaling using voice technology.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm here.
So what's it been like the first couple days?
It's been really eye-opening, really, because this is my first Project Voice. So I come from Ohio, so I think we're the only ones who are doing voice. So when we come down here and we see many more people doing voice, it's really exciting. Like, oh, we're not the only ones. There are actually a lot of people out here, so we can connect. Right. So yeah, it's been really. I'm just absorbing everything right now. Yeah.
Anything stand out? Is there a moment that, like, gosh, that was such a rad experience in the expo hall, or this session, or in the big ballroom, or?
Yes, I liked the session this morning at around 9. There was a session regarding deep learning and natural language processing. It was given by a PhD candidate from Rowan University, and I feel like I learned a lot. It's like you see more stuff behind the scenes, behind all of this voice assistance and voice experience. There's much, much more technical stuff going on, and I like that a lot.
That's awesome. Well, thanks for jumping in here. I'm glad to have you. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back with another interview in just a moment. Welcome to Project Voice here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. This is the Voice Tech and AI Super Conference. I'm here with a new friend, Winston, representing the city of Tullahoma. Please tell me why you're here and a bit about your city.
Great. Thank you, Ian. Well, we are so excited for the city of Tullahoma to be here at Project Voice with all the AI voice nerds here. We are meeting so many new friends and getting my hair blown back, learning so much. We are here just so we can meet some of these remote workers, and we're really trying to tell them about Tullahoma, which is a city that's just an hour north of Chattanooga, and an hour south of Nashville, right in the middle. We have a great quality of life there, and most importantly, we have fiber to the premise. We're a gig city, and we were one of the smallest and first cities in Tennessee to have gig, and so we're just trying to recruit entrepreneurs, remote workers, come enjoy our quality of life. If you're trying to escape the metro rat race, we've got 3 beautiful recreational lakes nearby. We've got a great hospital, great schools, and plenty of recreational opportunities. And we really want to learn how to use AI and voice to grow our city and bring those people, and they can come and teach us what we need to do next to make it a place that these type of workers want to live.
So it seems to me like there's 2 types of workers that you're intrigued in having a conversation with, either directly or through branding and marketing, to say, hey, this might be a good home for you. So the first would be a satellite worker, a remote worker.
That's right.
They work for a corporation, they work out of their home, they work out of a coffee shop, and they have the ability to transplant their family, and you say, here is the list of reasons why if you come live and work in our city, it's a benefit to you. The second would be an independent freelancer, maybe somebody that makes their living on Upwork.com or freelancer.com or one of these types of sites. You say, hey, you're a lone person, come to the city where we're attracting others like you, other peers like you, and come be part of this community and benefit from all things in our city, like a gigabyte per second up and down internet speed.
Right, build that ecosystem and that cluster out of all those types of people that are just like makers and entrepreneurs and trying to create just a really robust ecosystem of startups. And like I said, if somebody wants to transplant their family there, we've got the great school systems, we've got colleges, higher education, and lots of great quality of life. Come by, and you can check us out at tullahomatn.gov.
Okay, so that's the follow-up. So for those that are watching, thanks for your attention. We appreciate it. Tullahomatn.gov is the best place to follow up. This is Winston. He represents the city. He's here to tell people the story of the city at Project Voice. So we're glad to have you, and we're glad for your attention, and we encourage you to tell this story for this city, because people you know, maybe yourself, could benefit greatly. I'll be back with more in just a moment.